Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mad Lab Live. We're here. We're doing something a little different today. Doing something a little bit different today. Not the usual stuff. We've been going pretty hard on the Project Cthulhu stuff recently, and I wanted to kind of jump into a bit of not a new project, but a new project, I guess. Um, you know, Effectively what's going on is I posted the other day on my community page that I wanted to start doing a series where it was like a versus, right? Where I pit characters of notoriety up against each other, or where I take groups of enemies and pit them up against each other in like an arena style thing. Just and then I'll record them in a cinematic way, not just as simple as like, hey, we're gonna watch them fight each other. I'll add some cinematic effects, some camera movements, some what is it? Some motion blurs, some camera shake, just really good stuff. For anybody that's seen my finale for the Dwarf series, kind of the same deal, right? So I wanted to do something similar to that, but I wanted to do it for notable characters. So think like Asada versus the Phoenix, or Asada and the Five Invincibles versus, the Holy Lord Phoenix, Veltina, Seto, and Seda. Sorry, not Seto, Seda, and the Inquisitors. 50 paladins versus 50 Shek, or samurai. What is it? Igor and 10 samurai versus Asada and the Five Invincibles. That kind of stuff. I wanted to set up that kind of stuff. I thought it'd be fun. That'd be cool. However, in order to do that, I need a place to do that, right? Like I need a place that the combat can occur, and so I need to create an arena. I need to create some kind of an arena. And in order to make this an arena that I can use consistently, I need to make it basically its own mod. And then I can attach start mods to that arena. So I thought it'd be fun for you guys to hang out with me while I'm sitting here creating the mod, commentating, talking with you guys while I'm creating the mod, while I go through, create the actual arena itself, and get all of that stuff up and running. So bear with me here, as I'm not super familiar with the FCS. I only recently started learning how to mod even at all. I usually use the FCS for like dialogue hunting and item hunting during like my lore expeditions and dives. Um, I only just got into modding recently for the Star Wars playthrough, where I created, new territory for me. So you guys are going to sit here in real time and watch me learn how to do this together. Now, I do have an idea of how we're going to do it, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so I need to create a new mod. Call this the I can spell. There we go. All right, so now we have the arena mod. It's active. Nothing else has been selected because we don't want it to have any dependencies. And then later, when we go to make custom start mods, obviously we'll make the custom start mod dependent on the arena mod being present. So that way, start in the arena. But only base game stuff is what we need right now. Now, if I recall, I need to make. Is it a new town? I think I need to make it. Let me just double check on that. Yeah, your outpost at the bottom. So I need to make a new town. I just new item. Look at that. Fantastic. Okay. So we're gonna call this town the arena. And this first part is only done in the FC. After we're done here, we're gonna go in game. We're gonna make the arena. I'm going to load up the arena mod in the Shift F12 menu, make the arena, place down the boundary, and then save it. And it should, in theory, make it so that way if I go start a new playthrough, I can hop right into that arena, and it should still be there. It should be persistent. So, what are the different types? Post, prison, slave camp, ruins. I don't think it matters, but we're gonna go without. Town radius multiply. Multiplies the town radius. Should be normally 1, except in special cases, like if a town is so big to be out of town gates. I think we're gonna set this to 1.5. I think that's probably the best idea. Set it to 1.5. Yeah. Now we don't need it to necessarily be um we don't need it to necessarily be owned by the player. That's not the biggest thing. It's more or less just that the base is there and that present. Igor and the Elite Hunters versus the Elite Drone Guards of the time. Yeah, like these would all be fantastic. Tin Fist versus Catlon. Yeah, and again, I want to do this not just something simple where it's like, oh, we put them in an arena and we watch them fight each other. I want to make it really cinematic. I want every fight to feel um, super cinematic. For anybody who's seen my dwarf finale, I'm gonna kind of do the same thing there with really fast paced camera motions, and just make it like an experience. Make it an experience. But we need to have a good arena to do that in. Okay, so nest present population. What is this number of animals that can spawn for this if it's a nest? Is that an option? Yeah, I don't think anything. Spawn junk size radius towns. I think is all we need to do for right now is create the arena. I think once the arena is here, that should be fine. We can save this, and it should be good enough. Now, I've enjoyed watching some of your videos here. I'm thinking to do a challenge run. Do you have any good ideas for a challenge? I'm a very, very new player, mind you, 20 hours and counting. So actually, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about this. A good idea for a simple and easy challenge run, one to kind of get you into the idea. You only got 20 hours in, so a lot to explore, a lot to learn, mechanics. Um, a one arm run. Okay, so do a no prosthetics run. Character has one arm. Give them just the right arm. I think there is a start that makes it where you start with just one arm. So the one arm start, no prosthetics, just do a full one arm playthrough. You can use martial arts, you can use katanas. There are options for weapons that you provided that it's your right arm. And if not, you can just go full martial artist. But yeah, do a one arm run. It's fun. Good time. It's a good time. I did a one arm run for a Holy Nation Paladin one time where I refused to use any kind of prosthetics because I didn't want to violate the Holy Nation doctrine for that playthrough because I was playing a Paladin run. So he lost his arm and he just became a one armed martial art. It was a good time. It was a good time. Alrighty, so right here, this guy right here, going to yeah, we should be fine here. So save this, lower that down. I have my mods folder open in case I need to tweak anything. And we're gonna boot up Kenshi. Now I've redone my mods because when I'm doing these, um, have you heard of the Iron Man run? I just heard of the Iron Man. Not sure what it would entail. The Iron Man runs, depending on the context you're using it, and usually Iron Man is just no saves coming. Someone dies, they die. If you die, it's over. Like there's no reload. Um, so permadeath, good old permadeath. We have to close. Anyway, so yeah, I removed all of my mods for this. So the only mods that I have on are mods that add buildings. So whenever I do any of the buildings and animations, because I think animations will make it obviously look very good. But the only mods that I added were animation and building mods because I don't want the combat to be sullied by the outcome of the combat to be sullied by any kind of mod. So we're gonna be building with just building, just building. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the lurking. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. All right, so one or more mods is missing or incorrect. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and boot up, and now we got to find a location. So where should we have this grand arena? That's the other question. We have this big ass arena that we're gonna be making. Where do we position? That is the big question, right? Because we want it to be somewhere that is, this is going to be the area that we're going to be using regularly for like these videos. So I need it to be an area that is, um, identifiable, somewhere good, somewhere notable, somewhere that is not easy to build in, but like just somewhere good. Obedience would be cool. I do think the fog might get in the way. The sheer amount of fog might prove problematic. I briefly thought about doing the floodlands too. Um, Excuse me. I thought about doing the floodlands too, but the problem with doing the floodlands is all of the rain might be a problem as well. Although I guess that could theoretically not. I guess theoretically that wouldn't be an issue. All right, we're gonna set all of our beginning stats for that, and we're gonna hop on in. Hopefully, hook my headphones. There we go. Okay. Gem maybe the mini lakes might be in. One of the issues I have with Shem is that it's just one of those areas that's built in so much that I almost feel like it's old. And it's not the worst area in the world. Were the mini lakes caused by the eye? No, actually. So Shem is an interesting one. Shem is created because of Venge. A lot of people don't realize this. Shem used to be part of the swamp. It used to look like the swamp. It was a part of the swamp, and the ice satellites and Venge have caused the area to rapidly dehydrate and progress into like an oasis style landscape. And eventually, this is going to continue to dehydrate, and it'll end up looking like the desert, right? Become the Great Desert. And ultimately, that is the fate of the swamp currently. Eventually, the swamp is going to end up looking like this, and then it'll end up being a desert, right? So the swamp is fated to eventually dry up. It's just this section of the swamp has done that faster because of the close proximity. It's something similar that happened like with the Sahara Desert in real life. Sahara used to be very lush, very fertile, filled with life and vibrancy, and now it's a desert. And it's just something that happens over time in certain areas, you know. So eventually the swamp will end up looking like the Great Desert. This portion of the swamp where Shem is doing it faster because of its close proximity to the eye satellites that are off putting that. So this area is just converting faster, and you can actually kind of see that transition in real time when you're over here. It's just again, it's a byproduct of the scorching from that heat being off put is causing this area to dry up faster. That's all that is. Okay, so we got to come up with an identifiable area. I don't want to do it in like the borderlands. It's funny, like in the border zone. It's funny. This is the closest to vanilla Kenshi I think I've been on, and it's really funny seeing the performance. Everything's moving so because I have so little mods on right now. It's actually kind of wild. How smooth everything is being. It makes me giggle. Okay, so we need to figure out where to go. I don't want to do border zone because it's kind of overdone, right? Border zone's an area. What about Bast since it's a war zone? Bast could be cool. Bast could be a really cool area. If I am going to do Bast, I'm going to need to go hop into a new save then. Because it's actually close by. So let's explore our possibilities here. Look at the areas we can do. Bast is really good because it is open. It is a war zone. I guess the only concern I would have with Bast on the whole would be outside forces coming in and disturbing the combat when we're doing those recordings. Because again, ultimately, this is a base that we're going to be using for those arena videos. So right now on the checklist, we have Bast. Pros, it is a area that aesthetically works very well. Cons is that there is a higher likelihood of enemy intervention, enemies popping in and causing a problem. So that's something we do have to consider there. Where else? Don't want to go down by like the spider planes or anything like that because it is really loud. Obedience is possible. The fog might cause a slight issue. So there's that. Oh, you know what? Honestly, Purple Sands over here, like Berserker Country, that could be really cool. It's relatively flat. We don't need to worry about resources because again, this is not like a base we're playing on or anything like that. It's a base that's being used purely for those videos. So like the red sands might be a good area. The purple sands over by like Berserker Country, that could be really cool. Crater too. Crater could also work really good, really functionally well. There is a high number of beak things there, but visually it could be a really cool area. Really cool. Right now, I think I'm leaning towards the Sands Berserker Country area. Crater could also be good. Let's head in front of Stobe. We could do it in front of Stobe. The incline on the area in front of Stobe would also kind of be obnoxious. I'm going to be really picky about this one. You mean self-torture sim? I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you talking about like Kenshi as a whole? Because I mean, kind of, but yeah. What do we do here? So the issue with in front of stove is that it's got that incline. And again, I'm going to be really picky about this whole situation because I want um the like aesthetics of because this is where the vast majority of these videos are going to be taking place is in this arena for these versus series. So I want it to be an area that's identifiable, that's really clean, that's easy to record in. So hello, I'm already blind. Why are you guys so shiny? It's a byproduct. Listen, everybody knows that if you want to be a good Kenshi YouTuber, you have to be bald. That's just part of it. Unless you're Frankie, he lucked out. There are parts of the Sten Desert that can be quite very quiet. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the border zone in the Sten Desert specifically because I feel that in a lot of content they're very overused. They look very generic. And so I'm thinking of something like an area that is maybe just like more visually appealing, which is kind of why I'm like, maybe I'm kind of leaning more towards like the Purple Sands Berserker country because like it's got such a unique vibe. It's relatively flat. The landscape looks cool, and there's not that many roaming enemies around here. So that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. One of the volcanoes in Stobe's Gamble are pathable. I think that's north of the east. The volcano, the smoke from the volcano would make it too difficult to record in, obviously. Um, Sonoris Dark is too literally dark. Royal Valley, we'd have the Southern Hive to deal with. Too consistently, attacking the base. I once held an RP in Kenshi as a prophet and fought against the Holy Nation. Interesting. I guess theoretically, inside this region here wouldn't be too terrible either. It's mostly desert with sands on either side. Um, that's cool. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go grab some supplies. We're gonna head up here, grab some supplies, and then we're gonna head up, and I'm gonna head over towards Purple Sands and kind of see what it looks like because I think that's where I'm leaning towards right now. I've never built it there, but again, this is purely for the sake of the arena. And then which was I need to scroll down to arena mod. And when we build the base, we're gonna save the mod right there. Once we build the base and place down the town, that's the end. Is the builds you make, is it our suggestions or you charge money for it? I mean, I take suggestions. I don't charge people for it, but I've had people donate with build ideas that they wanted me to do before. And like, obviously, like I prioritize those because like, I feel like people should get, if they're willing to sink money, then they should get what they paid for. But like, I don't charge anybody. If you have a suggestion for a build that I think is interesting, I'll do it. Um, but right now, we're building it with a specific purpose. And the specific purpose is that we're building an arena for a future series that I plan on producing. And I need like a consistent place to, have that arena have those arena fights. So we need to find a place. That's what this area is for. This build video specifically is for. We're building an arena for future cinematic videos that I'm going to be doing, where I'll be pitting NPCs up against each other. But I need an area I can use consistently, like an arena to use for those videos. So up towards the Purple Sands. It's gonna take a minute to get up there. Thankfully, we have basically no mods on besides building mods and like visual character mods, like aesthetic mods. No weapons, no armor, no UI stuff really. Besides, I mean, well, we have a UI. Like nothing that changes the game enough to where we have like frame rate drop. The game's gonna be running really smooth compared to what it has been on occasion in some of my more Star Wars pull over. Things get a little messy during heavily modded playthroughs. This is the smoothest my Kenshi's been running in a couple of weeks because I'm playing Star Wars. Also, the island right at the northwest where Horse mentioned treasure, just the places I've been to. West. The northwest. You talking about these islands over here, like the Avalon Isles or whatever they called? Yeah, those could be good. No, that's the east. I'm an idiot. Those talking about over here. Over could be interesting. I also my thing is that like I said, I'm trying to find an area where like the aesthetics are good without too many particle effects. And I don't think there's a ton of particle effects unless they have the dust storm. We'll find out. We're going to be exploring a little bit before we get started. You know, before we really get moving on anything, we're going to be doing some exploration, trying to find an area. Got a little bit of moving going on. If so, I don't know if you made it already, since the Holy Nation is kind of simulating medieval times. Why don't you try to make them a stronghold / castle European style? So I've actually made a Holy Nation castle before. The first ever build video that I did was a water it was a river keep. So I made it in the area like the entrance to Wen. And then in some of my earliest build video, like building tip shorts that I did, build tip short 1, 2, and I think 3, actually, I had made a compact castle keep in Holy Nation territory as well. Um, that was really good. I might end up going back and revisiting it though, because I don't think I've made a Holy Nation base in a while. Most of the bases I've been making recently are tech hunter bases and stuff like that. So tech hunters, shack, uh, things along those lines. But maybe, perhaps. People have also been asking me to what is it, go and uh for some of my build videos revamp some existing areas, like existing territories and stuff, like existing cities and things like that in Kenshi. So like go to Tengu's Vault and make Tengu's Vault look like redo some of the internal cities and expand on city. You make anything Arabian style? I mean, not per se. Not per se, no. Oh yeah, it does have that. Is that going to be a problem? Is it? I mean, it's kind of low to the ground, but it is kind of annoying. How does it do once it loads in terms of particles? Not terrible. Not. It's not. It could be worse. I think it's that. But it is relatively flat. That's one of the other things that I really liked about potentially using this area, is that it's just relatively flat. Right? Like it's got a lot of open land, and that open land is really conducive for building an arena like I'm planning to do here. So yeah. The shader looks amazing. Thank you. If you want it, it's available in the description. I made it myself. The Mad Lads Reshade. What are these? These are scrawny cannonballs. Scrawny cannonballs. Yeah, I think right here's a good spot. It's got a good identifiable air like vibe. You can see a lot of Kenshi. The one I guess one downside is the burning forest over here, I'm assuming. Yeah, the burning forest does kind of give it that like haze over there, but it's not like most of the combat and stuff is going to be like most of this stuff isn't going to be recorded high up or anything like that. It's going to be low to the ground. Not the end of the world. I think I am going to wait until daytime to give this area an opportunity to see it in the kind of get a good feel for a good vibe, right? Check the vibes. But I am thinking this area looks pretty good. It's identifiable. It's got some good looks to it. I might end up encroaching a little bit higher up into Berserker country as well, right here. See how that looks. I may sue you because you're the second most beautiful bastard that made me blind. First is Pato, obviously. Listen, Pato is in fact a beautiful bastard. And fun fact, tomorrow is episode 4 of Tengu's Vault, the Kenshi podcast, so you get to see both of our amazing bald mugs tomorrow. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll both be there. Obviously, both of our show. Alrighty. Oh, thank you. 1 month of being a member, you absolute lad. Thank you much. Your continued patronage is always fantastic. Thank you. Woo, lad. Then I have to prepare for the shine. All right, we're just waiting for daytime to break. I want to see what this place looks like in the sun. While we're waiting, does anyone have any questions? Kenshi lore, Kenshi stuff? Anybody have any questions? Upcoming content, anything like that? I'd be more than happy to discuss and answer. Dodge those beak things. Not that it matters. Sekiro will take them out fine, but got to be mindful of the beakers. Have to be mindful of the beakers. All right, so Berserker Country is significantly more messed up. I wondered what these... Oh? But they're not. Yeah, they're... Wow. Good texture for... Interesting indeed. Honestly, Berserker Country might be visually better for what we're trying to do here. Head down and take a look. Head down and take a look. I do like this area. Up here would definitely be flatter. Definitely be flatter. I can't really think of any questions. I'm rather just enjoying the live stream. I didn't think this would be something for me, but hey, yeah, listen, I'm here for it. Obviously, obviously, I'm here for it. All right, so oh shit, the flat area up here. This could be good. Slight incline, which is a little honestly, I can work around. Not the end of the world. What Warhammer old race would you would do best in Kenshi? Oh shit, lizard men, hands down, lizard men. Yeah, I think the lizard men or the beast men would absolutely fucking kill it. Absolutely kill it. This is a semi-decent spot because we're not worried about agriculture, we're not worried about manufacturing. This is purely for an arena. And the visuals right here are really nice. This might be a good spot for it. Let's think down a little bit lower, see what else there is. In case there's an area maybe closer to the ground that we want to use. Some terrain variation could be cool, but I have infinite questions. Do we know how many behemoths there were in Kenshi? I know the population is downside, but on obedience, there's about 10 sets of arms, plus Stobe in his garden. Plus, there's also the one that's buried in the Great Desert as well. In terms of how many there were, unfortunately, we don't know. The other thing, too, is that there's 10 sets of arms sticking out in obedience, but there could be even more buried under there. We don't know how deep it was. Maybe they were crawling on top of each other trying to get out. There could be even more fully submerged. I mean, we don't know. I don't imagine it was like a ton, but there was definitely a good number of them, for sure. Definitely a good number of them. But I don't think it was like a ton. Like I don't foresee them having like triple digits, but I do think there was a good number. And we also don't know how many of them are buried in other places. Again, obedience, we see a handful of them, a bunch of them in obedience, the vast majority of them in obedience. But there's obviously Stobe, who wasn't killed in obedience, and then there's one that was in the Great Desert that wasn't killed in obedience because their arms taken out Pine Canyon. So we know that there was at least a couple that didn't go to obedience, and yeah. Is that over here, baby? And I'm just trying to find a good area that has nice visuals that is going to serve our purpose. And now we're swimming. This area could be real. Got a good flat open area. I do like the water. We could use that as a way to slow people down a little bit, depending on how deep it is. I don't know. Could be an interesting obstacle. Build the arena kind of around the water and make them fight in the water. I think that could be really cool. If you guys saw it, well, I guess how deep is the water? Oh no, it's too deep. I'm gonna say, how deep is the water? Because honestly, would you guys watch an arena fight that took place in primarily like in like ankle sized water? I think it'd be badass. But I think that water is really too deep. This water is too damn deep. Damn deep. And I want to put some like obstacles and stuff like that, like places that they can go. I want to be able to like give them. I don't want it to just be like a circular, area of walls and stuff. I want it to be like an area with like buildings that maybe they can be fought into. So martial artists will naturally, head towards the interiors where they're going to be stronger. I want to have a tower or two where like crossbowmen can go up, and like I want there to be like some variation in the available terrain and stuff. This is pretty nice. Hey, Prince, how you doing? What's going on? You only think the Lizardmen would do best in Kenshi because they have the best Rule 34, my friend. I have literally no idea. I don't goon, man. I don't do that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I don't know. I don't look at that like Rule 34 for like fucking Lizardmen. I don't know. It's not my vibe, my guy. It's not my vibe. Okay, this isn't a bad spot. Hey, Raiden, what's going on? Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere in this area though. Like this looks like a really solid spot. I like the terrain variation. Hero's so bad. I'm not though. That's the thing. I'm not lying. Oh man. Um yeah, I kind of like right here. It's low to the ground, so the surrounding area looks appealing, but it's not like a far off view of the distance. Kind of like right here. A little bit of terrain variation, which is really cool. And we can actually build the arena partially ingrained into the stone here, right? And so the idea will be that there is the arena kind of wraps around through here, and then maybe there's the gate right here. I'm part of the anti-gooners. It's funny. I give so much shit to what is it? I give so much shit to like the like one of the things with the Shek is what it is. I give so much shit to the people that are like goon on the Shek thing. It'd be really ridiculous if I was secretly gooning to the lizard men from Warhammer. Ridiculous. Don't goon everybody. Nonsense. Don't do that. Maybe add cannibals in the arena so if anyone gets down, they get eaten by them. Okay, so now that we're here, we can start the actual process of building the arena. Hybrids are better for gooning than Shek. Again, I wouldn't know, guys. All right, so we can start the actual process. And the cool part is that unlike in our traditional builds, where we have to place down a structure first to establish this as an outpost, because this is going to be a modded outpost that's added in post, we don't have to do any of that. We can just build it, place down the town placement. We got to make sure that's here. Arena right there. We'll just place down the town placement, save it, and then we're good to go. Or theoretically, we should be good to go. It's something we're going to have to test. Okay. So first things first, we need to get the walls set up. The walls are going to be the hardest part because we're going to have to build basically from the outside in is the idea. Actually, you know what we should do before we do any of that stuff? We should get the central building table. So the main building that they're going to, it's going to be like, sounds about right for modding in a town. Yeah, this is my first time doing this. I'm learning about like modding as I'm doing this. So this is like a brand new venture. Is this still using the Star Wars modder base game? So this is base game. The only things that I have added in are what is it? The only things that I've added in are some of my like my building mods and stuff like that. And I did so because I want to like the only mods that are in here are building mods and mods that visually change the way things look, like adding in new combat animation or changing the way certain characters look. Nothing that adds in new weapons, armor, changes the mechanics too much, increases like speed, anything like that. I am doing this for my arena series, so I want to make sure that when the fights take place for this series, it is being done as legitimately as possible while still giving me and affording me the ability to make an aesthetic arena. So it is vanilla, but it is using like non-vanilla build. Okay, so we're going to use we got to find the building. This is going to be the building that kind of acts as like the centerpiece where whoever's overseeing these fights would be. Vanilla. Yeah, good old vanilla. So So whoever is overseeing this is where they would be. So we got to find a good one. It's probably going to end up being a station house because why wouldn't it be? It's also just the most convenient type of thing. But let's take a peek through and see what we've got. But it's probably going to end up being. Station houses are also just generally easier to connect to walls. Outpost ring, citadels, prisons, yada yada. Yeah, probably gonna be a station house. We use the station house old. Do you have the foundations mod? I do have the foundations. Ooh, that is one of the ones that I cap. It is in fact one of the ones that I cap. All right, so if we're overseeing the arena fights, we want this to be a very high up base. Now, this stairs, where the stairs are positioned, aren't going to matter. I feel like my walkways thing would be good for walkways and layers. I agree. I think that that's a really good idea, and I think having multiple sets of walls would also allow me to do something similar to that. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Very good point. All right, so we want the walls to kind of connect off of there. I think we put this building right. We're gonna raise it up, and then I'll probably end up raising it up. So the stairs are irrelevant because we're going to basically have walls connect directly to this section, and then we're gonna have multiple layers of walls. This is gonna be a bit of a tricky one in that regard. Station house foundation, yeah. So we're gonna make this thing look real good, real good. I'm gonna have to wait until I reload to make that be a thing. Hopefully it's not floating when I reload, but that's fine. Let's get the walls taken. All right, so walls. Now, what type of wall do we want to use? It's got to be a wall that will also function as seating. So maybe the nosebleeds, the back will. The idea is that they're peering out of this glass. Not the best. With the station house in the front areas that can. I feel like my thing would be good for the walkways and layers. With the station house, the front area can actually be walked over. Really? Oh yeah. No, that is correct. Yeah. So my thought was I'm actually gonna connect the station house directly to the rear walls, and then I'm gonna have another lower section of walls, that is present as well. Oh, here's what I'm. What is the lore of Igor? We don't have a full like lore on Igor, but the assumption is that he was a Southern Hive soldier that was kidnapped by Tengu and then tortured into submission. Became the animal that he is. All right, so we have the wall here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna move this into position, and we're just gonna really carefully this over. And this is gonna be kind of like, think of this like the nosebleeds. These are the far back seats, the box seats. Actually, not the nosebleeds, but the far back seats. I mean, not the box seats, the ones that are far in the back. And we can actually have another, because the entryway to get on these walls is right there, right? So what we can do is we can have another section of wall lined up and have them come straight out of here. Which is funny because this is mostly for aesthetic purposes, right? Like no one's actually going to be really on these walls. These fights are going to be taking place in cinematic videos, but I do think that would be a really nifty concept of having that. This would allow us to traverse these walls and go from. Igor was Tengu's childhood friend. Trust, says Dragon. Oh yeah, I trust you so much, Dragon. I trust you so much. When Dragon says trust, it's the opposite of what you should do. Don't do it. Do it. Instead of the wall, you can use foundations, pontoon bridges on them instead of having the buildings. Instead of having the building as well for the larger areas, for the lower walls. Yeah, I think that might be a good option. I agree. I agree. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get the full like shape of, or at least all of the pieces that we're going to need kind of worked out. So the idea is that we're going to be coming. yeah. So these seats are going to be basically wrapping the whole thing. I'm going to delete some of them, get them set up so that I'm flipping through too much stuff. But I do think that having cool angle. And then we're also going to have to make on why does the model without ears work with the way the ears doesn't? That is a good question. Did you just do the Trump voice? I don't think I did it on purpose, but I might have. Sometimes I do it out of instinct. It's funny. Sometimes I do it instinctively. We're gonna have to do some serious editing on in terms of getting everything. A lot of movement on. Okay, so we've got these seats. These are gonna be arranged up here. We're gonna have the lower stands as well. And then again, this base is gonna be set up right in the center here. Like when we have I'm gonna be making custom starts to do these arena fights, and extend it to the water and make the layout take the shape of the cooler. That's an idea. That's an idea, Archie. That's yeah. Have it actually like wrap the water partially submerge. Bring it up. It is a large arena, but it does give us the potential for like multiple areas of attack, especially because I don't want to just do one-on-ones in here. There will be some one-on-ones, but I'm also planning on um doing like larger scale things, like again, the 5 invincibles versus 150 starving bandits, or like 50 dust bandits versus 50 black dragon ninja. I want to do some larger scale ones too and see how that goes. And part of that is going to require a larger having a larger space would be beneficial. The question is should I have the stone break there in the center, and then water? I can probably put like a I'll connect over here. We'll play other games and build on them, like Ark, Survival, Ascended, etc., etc. I mean, I've tried Ark a few times. I'm just not really huge on it. To be honest, most games like that, I'm just not huge on. I think the only one that's ever kept my attention for more than like a short amount of time was I enjoyed Pal quite a bit, but even that's a few far between. Just it's not really my typical genre. Like right, and we're gonna manually move a lot of these stuff in the. I'm just trying to get like a general shape going. Trying to get like a general idea of how we're doing this. I don't know. This seems like it's maybe a little too long, a little too. That's seems a little too long. I think maybe if I widen it out a little bit, it'll be better. But I do want the like the walls and the stands and everything to also be visible during the fights. Like that's part of it, right? Having the visible walls, I think, is part. The visible stands, all of that stuff. I think that's a good part of it. Also, something else to consider is not just having the walls, but also having towers up. Something that I think I've really thought about. Having these towers there. That is also something to consider because they look good. Good. Not that like that's a defining feature, but these towers do add a little bit of oomph to the build. A little bit of oomph. We'll drop 2 towers down, have those be in front here, and then oh, you know what? I'm kind of getting a if you use all the space around the lagoon is too big. It's not that it's necessarily too big. I guess it is kind of that it's too big. Like having all of this space be used might be a little bit too big. But also I'm kind of getting like a Quidditch vibe in terms of the shape of the arena with these stands. I think I might position these in such a way where it kind of like alternates back and forth, and then obviously, like I said, we'll have the smaller ones in the front here as well. But like I'm kind of getting like a Quidditch vibe with these towers here now that I'm looking at them. I really like that. I like that. I think that's cool. Yeah. All right. So here's what we're gonna do then. I have an idea. We're gonna drop a couple of these towers down, and I'm gonna manually move some of them into place. Bunch of these down, and we're gonna manually move those into in my visuals, my periphery. Okay, so we've got these towers. Those are there. They look really good. We'll move them into place, and I think that would be a lot. We do have to rotate them because they're currently facing the direction. No, they're facing the right direction. Have bleachers separated and using the outer layer of the wall. Have bleachers separated using the outer layers of the wall. It's them. Yeah, so I think I'm actually going to rotate the. Well, no, because we need to be able to get up onto. I mean, we don't need to be on the wall. These are purely visual. If we rotate this a full, like 180, full 180 on that. Zero, zero, fantastic. Ew. Things got all fucked up. Getting Geonosis. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I'm kind of making the arena on Geonosis. A little bit. It's a little bit of that. Global orientation. Indeed. The beeping throne. And again, the functionality of these don't really matter. That's not the regular station house. I realize. Yeah, it's the old variant of station house. It adds this area in here, and the reason why I did that is I can drop a throne. I can drop a throne right there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise this up a tiny bit because we're gonna need to raise it up. In order to get over this lump there, make a ramp up. No big deal, but we're and then we're going to there line those up. Fantastic. Okay, stunning, absolutely stunning. Now the next thing we do is drop the other one. You're gonna have to manually place the foundation, but that should be easy enough, though. Yeah, so I'm gonna save and reload a few times too, and the foundation I should be able to set the foundation down. Hopefully this doesn't sink. It might sink, but we'll see what happens when I do it. Okay. We need walls. Walls, walls, walls. Walls, walls, walls. We'll make one wall right. Wall. Straight over. We have to line. Rotation, it is clearly cockeyed. 0. Rotation. Up you. We don't want to drop it down all the way because we're going to use a ramp to bridge the gap here. And so in order, we need to use a ramp to bridge the railing, and we also need we need to use a ramp to bridge the railing. So we're going to have to keep these raised up. No big deal. I've done it before on other builds. My Arena of Crawl build that I did a long while back, I did without an issue. And now what we're going to drop these. I'm going to be placing these towers intermittent. And I'm actually going to be placing them facing the opposite direction. Kind of annoying on my part that I didn't think to do that until it was late. That way the actual seating portion up here is visible. Now again, the functionale of these like towers is literally irrelevant. They're not like it's not like we're actually having characters use this. This isn't being used in a playthrough or anything like that. So it's genuinely irrelevant whether or not. The main thing is that it looks appealing. Because again, it's an arena. Have it look appealing. Got to have them aesthetics. But this is probably the only time you'll ever hear me say that functional really doesn't feckin' matter. I'm just trying to get a general template for like what I'm going to make the rest of the wall look like. And once we have that set, we can start getting it. It's going to take a lot of micro movements, a lot more than even I think I usually do, but that is fine. When you really think about the circle. Good. Use that one as a all right, defensive tower. Drop you down level. Good. All for me. Fantastic. So now we have these two towers and the station house. So this is going to act as decentralized, like where the throne sits and all of that good stuff. Now, the next thing we need to do is connect a ramp and then move the ramp over. And to make this area like functional, not that that it matters, but like so it looks functional. Ramp. These are the things that I'm looking for. Perfect. 2 of these right there. Firm. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Move these into place. I think your mic is malfunctioning sometimes. Hold on, let me check my filter. Is that better? Is that any better? I upped the gain on my mic. Is that any better? I think my noise gate may have been messing up a little bit. I've been having that issue recently with some people telling me that my mic cuts out, so I just upped the up the gain on my mic to help offset my noise gate. Okay, cool. Now it's okay. Yeah, I think it was just mine. I have filters on to prevent my mic from cracking. So like there's a minimum threshold so you don't get like background noise from like maybe people walking around upstairs or anything like that. And then I also have a limiter so that way I don't break decibels and my mic starts cracking or anything like that. How does one obtain Sekiro and Kenshi? Is this a mod start? It is. Any build video I ever do, I have Sekiro. I do the Sekiro start. It's kind of become a borderline meme at this point. Whenever you watch any of my build videos, it's like it's become a bit of a meme to see if you can find Sekiro in the background. Because I always use the Sekiro mod for my start. This is gonna be good. We'll line those up. Good. And again, it doesn't need to look the prettiest or be necessarily perfect, but it needs to be functional. And I think that, or I mean, it needs to look functional. And I think that looks pretty damn functional, if I do say so myself. So next, we're going to rotate this ramp. Same thing. We're going to do a solid like 90-degree rotation. I said 90 and then it didn't do 90. I said 90 and then it didn't do 90. Obnoxious. Global, local, yeah. Okay. Move this one into place, and then we'll do the row underneath it. Again, I'm using this front section here to kind of get a base template, like an idea. This is the vast majority of the build too, is like putting together these walls. Once the walls are together, everything else kind of comes together pretty quickly after. So the vast majority of this build is going to be getting the wall. All right, so we're going to line up these posts here with the there, and we'll drop it down. Stunning. Stunning. I do think it can be rotated inward a bit because it seems to be poking out just a bit more than the other one. Maybe we pull it inward a bit more. Line up the walkway with that. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Better. Let's go. There it is. All right. So the walkways are there. They're secure. We'll drop a throne too. Do I still have my throne mod? Throne platform. Yeah, and so the idea is, and I can't do it right here right now because of the I have to save and reload, but I'll drop the throne right there, and then Christ, man, things flopping around all over the place. But basically, the throne will sit right here, and we'll be looking out onto the arena, So the arena will be right here. So I do think I'm going to kind of try to limit the arena size to like in this area. I think even if I had like 50 people, this is still a decent sized area for the arena. I'm gonna figure out where I can move these towers strategically to get them positioned in the way that I want, and then I'll adjust the walls based on the towers positioning. But I think that a good start is getting these towers positioned in places that I want them. And I want them to be kind of actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to move you guys over, and I'm gonna get some of the walls put together. Let's check the bottom wall. Walls. So now we need to see what other wall we're gonna use. We have these small walls. We have those ones. I think those ones. These ones have backs. Kind of the big issue. How would they look? Oh god, these are gonna all have to be moved in manually. If I do these completely manually, what a pain in the ass. What a pain in my ass. Let's move one and see how it looks. All right, so we have this. I like the color. They match well, which is good. And if we were to hypothetically use this is just me kind of getting a feel for these. If we were to hypothetically get a feel for these, we could move you and you right here. I am going to have to make some adjustments to the town circle here in a couple of minutes, but get up to, why could we go to like right there and then, over. How's that look visually? A little high, the gap's still there. A little high and the gap's still there. Drop that down, but then the wall doesn't seem like it really is far enough out. It just kind of seems a little redundant, which is not ideal. Not ideal. So we're going to drop random outpost there so I can select this, make it go away. That outpost won't stick, thankfully. Yeah, because it's not actually an established outpost. We haven't built anything, which is good. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save and reload. And that should update the meshes, so all this is here in proper. Perfect. Okay, so now all this stuff is actually persistent. So because it's persistent, I can drop I should be able to drop a foundation. If not, I can manually place it down and then drag it over, which isn't the end of the world. But yeah, this isn't going to stick to that because there's no node. So I'm going to have to make a random foundation house. I mean, a random step house, station house. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. I guess theoretically I could replace this with a normal station house. It doesn't look that far off. Probably because it's the old house instead of modern. Yeah, no, the foundation only sticks to the one. That's fine. I'll just drop a foundation right there, and then I'll use, what is it, station house, connect the foundation, no big deal. And then we'll just drag the foundation over, line it right up. No big deal. No big D. Take a little bit of magic to line it up, that's all. Little bit of magic. Although it may just behoove me to replace the station house. The main difference is it puffed out more? Yeah, this is just sunk in a little bit more, which makes it better for putting down the throne, but it does clearly hinder the ability for me to do that. So maybe that's what. It's one of those things, you know. That's what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. A tip for that: you can place the foundation on the station house, then remove the station house before you click confirm. Oh shit, that's an idea. Did not realize that. That is an idea. I think I can. Yeah, I can use that for a couple of different things. Raiden, you're a genius. You're a smart man, Raiden. A smart man. Okay, actually, that changes things then. That changes things for me then. All right, then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna reload this again. And there's an idea. You've given me an idea, good sir. An idea. What foundations do we have? Firstly, let's see what foundations we've got. The Stormhouse foundations. How big is that? Not that big, but they're big enough. We've got the Longhouse foundations. Weird shape. I want to send a screenshot of my whole nation base to help you, but at the same time, I want you to be surprised. Okay, yes, so that. In terms of shape, this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, but in terms of just general usage, there is some avenues of approach here. Do these come with stairs? Tell me they don't. I don't think they. Fantastic. Interesting. Use the L house trust. L house foundation. Oh, there it is. I was like, it's not showing up. Where are you at? Okay, yeah, these are long. These are long, boys. Interesting, yes. And then what we can do is I can slap down the buildings, just line these up right next to each other, side by side, and boomski, we've got walkways. Dude, Raiden, you're a menace. You're an absolute menace. All right, L house. So then what we can do is we can drop, get these kind of sort of lined up with each other, like right there. Fantastic. And we just keep doing this. Get them sort of lined up. So that way we only have to do micro adjustments afterwards, right? Because that's the goal. In an ideal world, we'll only have to do micro adjustments. All right. Same thing right here. Nice. Nice. Okay, so then we attach the foundations. L house foundations. Okay, okay, okay. And then we just delete the houses. Hit confirm. Boom, we have walkways. And then we just slap some pontoon bridges in there. Oh my god. Look at you. You absolute fucking unit. You absolute mad lad. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. We're gonna slide these in a little bit, right? That way they're not so far out, but yeah, just slap some pontoon bridges on there. We are good to go. That is fire. I have taken this to the extreme in my build. I've seen some of the screenshots that you've sent, and I believe you. I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen enough of them to know that I believe you. Oh shit! Hit the yaw. Sorry, the roll, not the yaw. The roll, not the yaw. All right, so then we're just gonna slide this over. Yeah, that is fire. It's gonna take some work for sure, but that is nice. Okay, so let's drop some pontoon bridges and see how that looks. Bridges, bridges, bridges. Hey, bridges. We have long ones? We should have wide ones, right? Like really, really big ones or bigger ones. Yes. It's all coming together, everybody. It's all coming together. All right, and then we just raise this up a tiny bit. Just enough to get over those foundations. And we are absolutely cherry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my... Do some adjustments on this, but like yeah, that is fire. That will absolutely work. Um Fantastic. Sorry I'm late. Where are you set up today? So we're building an arena that I'm going to use for another series that I'm doing. And we're building it in Berserker country because I think visually in the background of the series, it would look really good to have the fights taking place here. Really good spot for it. Hero, can you link the Discord for Prince of... yeah, I could probably... Oh, actually, if you go to go to the YouTube, go to my channel, and then go to the membership tab. The link should be right there. You should be able to just copy and paste it in your Discord. If you go to the members tab on YouTube. All right, so we're just gonna do some adjustments on these, but this was a solid idea, Raiden. Solid idea. Solid idea. Looks really good. These walkways are gonna be fire. Absolute fire. Yeah, I've never thought to do this, and this is something I'm probably gonna end up doing on a future, like another future build video that I do, because this is really cool. Really fucking cool. I love your videos so much. Can't wait for Kenshi 2 for more lore videos. I'm glad that you enjoy them. I do. I'm glad that you enjoy them. You walk around. Berserkers? Fools. Fools. That's what they are. They're fools. Yeah, this is really fucking cool. And the best part, yeah, like you said, is it works perfectly. They could actually get into the walls here if they wanted to. Like if that was part of it, they could get into the walls. We'll actually drop this down a tiny bit so that way they would be able to get into the walls. But yeah, that's cool as hell. That's cool as hell. Because again, it doesn't need to be functional, but it needs to look like it would be functional. That's the most important thing right now, is looking like it would be functional. Those aesthetics. Yeah, this is really cool. Are you using Forgotten Buildings mod too? Yeah, I am. I do have, like I said, I do have a number of mods on. They're just all um like building based mods or mods that change like the way characters look, like hairstyles and stuff like that, or animations. But that's pretty much it. So like sideways ramps, outdoor doors, which I'm going to be using for the holding boxes and stuff. Sideways ramps, forgotten buildings, no slanting, deep foundations, all that stuff. Bunch of building stuff on. Yeah, this is really good. This is really good. So now we have the look of how the wall's going to look when it's done figured out, which is going to be using these foundations. Absolutely fucking stunning. Absolutely stunning. And now we just need to put the rest of this together. All right, so let's get the layout of the base of the walls figured out. I mean, so my initial thought was just keeping it confined to like this area here, or like in this region, with the towers. I do think potentially utilizing some of the water would be cool. I think utilizing all of the water would be a bit too much. Although, well, I'm trying to think from a recording standpoint. Let's look at this from a recording standpoint. I am in free cam mode, and I'm flying around. We could have the fight over here. There's walls surrounding us in all directions. I mean, I guess this does provide me with a good number of like avenues for recording on this series. Because again, this is going to be used entirely for recording combat stuff. Oh my god, it's a Kenshi dude. It is me. How you do? How you do? How you doing? Welcome. We're building an arena that I'm going to be using for a upcoming versus series that I'm doing, where I'm going to be pitting characters and armies and stuff against each other and having them fight in cinematic fashion. And so I wanted to build an arena that I can use for the series, and that's what we're working on right now. So this is going to be where the throne sits. Very good. You can see out through here. The stands could probably wrap over here. I do think having the water in the background, like, can you imagine two characters like right here by the water duking it out, walls in the background? Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. Been loving your YouTube videos. I'm glad to catch a stream. I am glad that you've been enjoying them, and I'm happy to have you here. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions about Kenshi lore or anything like that, of course, always feel free to ask. One of my favorite things to do in these. But yeah, I do think including the water is a good move, because having characters be able to duke it out on the beach, still see the walls and stuff in the distance, the towers. I think that'd be good. I think that would be good. Okay, well, you've sold me. You've all sold me. 200 sniper bots versus 1 Catlon and Tin Fist. Imagine that. Imagine the humanity. Or better yet, 500 arrows. You're a madman. You're a madman. Okay. Now we gotta get these walls in here. We're gonna have to do these in segments. So I'm just gonna make flat segments that I can use and drag over. This is gonna take an annoying amount of time, but it's okay. It's all good. Hero, what are we doing here? Well, we are building an arena for an upcoming series that I'm doing. I'm sure you guys have seen them before. The videos where people will take like Catlon and Tin Fist and make them fight each other to see who's the strongest, or Asada versus the Holy Lord Phoenix and all that stuff, and they'll have them duke it out. Well, I want to do the same thing, but I want to make it more cinematic. I want to add some more pageantry to it. So in the same way that I did my dwarf finale, where I made it really cinematic and I had, depth of field and motion blur and camera shake and all that stuff and sound effects, I'm gonna do the same thing, but in that vein. I'm gonna have small scale battles, large scale battles, the whole nine. Have characters just duking it out. Beep versus everyone, exactly. Cyber beep versus everyone. You know what? I should have done it over here and get a lot more of them made. Fantastic. So I'm placing down walls in advance here because we're going to need to manually move pretty much all of them into place. Maybe a bit of animation if you're willing to learn how to animate. Not a hard requirement, but it would be cool. It would be cool. Unfortunately, I am already quite strapped for time these days, and it's about to get even worse. So I would love to, but unfortunately, that is not something I'm able to do at the moment. Eventually, I'd like to dip my toes into it. I like to learn things, but at the moment, I'm kind of strapped for time as it is. Unfortunately, when placing buildings in the FCS, how do you get it so it's usable in game, like to build normal stuff in? Okay, so if your intent is to build an outpost that's yours, you need to establish the outpost first by building the first building. Take 5 building material, build a small shack. Go into the Shift F12, build everything you want to build, and then once you're done, save it and reload the game, and you're good to go. That's all it is. That's all it is. You just have to save and reload. Until then, everything will just be able to be walked right through. You will be able to pass right through it. It's a pain in the ass, the whole thing. But save and reload, and then you're good to go. All right, so defensive walls. Now we can get these things in place here. And I'm going to try to do a blend of wall and terrain because I want to keep like some of the aspects of Berserker Country here and like in your face, right? So like I'm going to have a wall come over to this rock and then have it come out the other side of the rock, maybe have like a tower right here. Like I want it to feel like it's ingrained with the terrain, but part of the point of setting up here in Berserker Country is I like the way that the terrain looks. And so I'd like to really capture that vibe of the terrain. Capture the way that the terrain feels, all of that. Let's get it up. Funny that they called me the Kenshi guy. Is that what I am now? Am I the Kenshi guy? It's fun. It's been interesting seeing like my channel become like more synonymous with Kenshi. It's funny. It's been interesting to see it. Yeah. Use foundations instead of walls for connecting terrain better. Yeah. Gotta do slight turning because of the way these are shaped. Chris Hunt is the Kenshi guy. I mean, well, yeah. Obviously, Chris is the... But it's been interesting seeing you are most certainly the Kenshi guy. It's a flattering thing. It's cool. It's cool to see. It's really cool to see. Would it be possible to have a dueling platform in the lake? So I was thinking about. I'm going to be including a couple of buildings too. Like I want to make it an arena where everyone can fight to their strengths, right? And so there's going to be a couple of buildings for like martial artists to fight in because if they're going to try to aim toward, especially in larger scale combat, you're going to have martial artists that are fighting indoors. You're going to have characters that are going to try to play to their strengths, and so I want to try to lean into that a bit. Where characters will instinctively go towards the areas that they are better suited for in combat. So I'm going to continue watching through Twitch. I'm more of a Twitch liker when it comes to live streams. Understood. I just appreciate you being here. Swamp Dome sounds good for martial artists. At least I feel like it. No, I agree. I think a Swamp Dome would be really good for martial artists. I think that's a solid plan. And again, this is going to be used for like cinematic, like cinematic stuff. And this is the really cool part. Something that I think I'm actually really excited about now that you guys bring this up. In Kenshi, when you're placing things with the Shift F12 in your own base, it doesn't work because, the Shift F12 works. You'll know what I'm talking about in a second. In your own base, you can't use this particular menu, but when you're placing buildings that are not in your base, you can. There's a menu that will automatically fill and decorate the interiors of a building so long as it's not in your base. If it's in your base, it doesn't work, which is really annoying. But if it's not in your base, you can use it to automatically populate and create templates that you can use, like the buildings will use. So I'll give you an example, actually. Place down the building. We're going to use a swamp dome, and I'm pretty sure I can get the bar one. Swamp dome, big old swamp dome. So we'll have it be here in the center, right? And maybe we'll have like a walkway that comes over here from like over this way. So we'll have the swamp dome there, and we'll add walkways in afterwards. Be fun. Make sure that the ground isn't floating. It's not floating. Cool. All right, so we're gonna edit interior mode. Show the interiors. May not do it until after I come down. Anyway, bar. So now the inside should be a fully decorated bar. Look at that. You see that? So now I don't even have to worry about doing that. They can come in here and have a bar fight, and it's fully decorated, and I'm just done. I don't have to do it. I don't have to do a fucking thing. I don't have to do a fucking thing. I was trying to make an outpost that had NPCs roaming around and running shops. Ended up in a civil war because I walked into one of their homes in my outpost. Most unfortunate, most unfortunate. But yeah, now we can have bar fights, right? Who doesn't love a good bar fight? I do. Okay, so now that the bar's there, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Same thing over here. Well, this one we can't do this one because there's no templates preset for like layouts preset for that one. But yeah, really good stuff. Outside we can make a bar sign. Boomski, bar signs, all done, easy peasy. We love it. We love everything about it. We love everything about it. All right, I need to rotate some of these to make them look a little bit nicer. And like mesh better with the terrain. It's turned too much. We're gonna rotate you a little bit. Very good, very good. And then we're gonna rotate you a little bit. Very good. And the point is to get it right up into the rocks there, right? So then we can have the terrain blend seamlessly. Because from a distance, I want a nice blend of terrain and like built structures. So I'm going to actually move this crap out of the way. We're going to end up having to delete those at some point, but that's a problem for Dave later. Problem for later, Dave. Okay, so this, now it flows into the rocks. I'm actually going to rotate it a little bit more. It's still not quite where I want it to be in terms of rotation. We're going to rotate it a teensy bit more. Bring it right over here. Okay, so now it goes straight into the rocks. Very, very cool. We're going to have the other side come straight out as well. And then we can get a nice blend of terrain and the stands. And then we can use the foundations on the bottom part to be traversable. So the idea is that, like, you're up in the main stand, up in the, you know, the box seats, the stands up here. If you want to get around this rock, you have to come down into the bottom stands, go around, go up, right? Little complex, but you know, I think the fans would appreciate it. I think they'd appreciate it. All right. Fans of Bloodsport. We're all here for a reason. It's to watch people get fucking mauled. We're all here for a reason. It's to watch people get fucking mauled. But you know, again, one of the big reasons why I wanted to come to the Purple Sands and Berserker Sands was because of the terrain. So I want to make sure we're using that as much as possible. As much as possible. And we could probably get a second wall there before I end up moving. Moving that beast around. I knew this was going to happen. There we go. Defensive tower. Back a little bit. And then we're going to move you over. Perfect. And where is it going to head to connect to? It's probably going to connect to right there. It's probably going to connect to right there. And then this whole section here, we'll have it blot out through right here. We're going to have to put like a tower or a piece of wall right there. And then I think this whole section could probably just be natural terrain. And then we'll close it off right here. Close it off right there. Good. It's good. It's good. Good. I have no idea how to make good textures. I'm sure that won't be an issue and will not end up making my race mod stand out a bit. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I have faith in you. I do hope that your race mod is done by the time we start our next major playthrough, because after we're done with the Sith Reborn playthrough, we're gonna hop back to normal Kenshi. I'm probably gonna do a solo run, but I would like to use your race mod if it's done. Provided that you finish it, I'd like to use it. Or if you get it playable, even if it's not 100% done, I would like to use it. Be fun. Be a good time. Be a good time. Perfect. All right, so now that we have that, I got to remember where I got that tower from. There we go. Defensive wall tower. We're going to put this tower down. Sweet sassy molassy. It's playable now, just flat. Define flat. Define flat. Is it like... I remember you said that the lighting situation wasn't working on it. Is the lighting not is the issue still? Perfect. Perfect. Looks really, really good. Looks really good. So now we got that tower there. And she's coming along. She's already coming along. Like, I'm already starting to see the vision. Do you guys see the vision? Because I'm seeing the vision. It's coming along. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. And I like that the swamp... honestly, I think we may just end up using swamp buildings as a whole. Because I do like the swamp buildings. It meshes well with the wall type that we're using. I think is really fucking cool. I think we're going to end up using more swamp buildings. Maybe some swamp towers and stuff like that. Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. So we're connecting straight over to there. And we're going to have the wall pass through the rock a little bit on that one because of where it's positioned. Hope you guys are enjoying watching me do incredibly small, vague micro movements for the next 2 hours. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Yeah, enjoy watching me do incredibly small, vague micro movements for the next 2 hours. Oh man. I'm being blinded and can't see. Oh god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're being blind. Is it because I'm bald, or is it the flashing? Because if it's the flashing, I'm also sorry. If it's my baldness, then there's only so much that I can do about that. And by so much, I mean I literally can't do anything about it. I could go to Turkey, I guess. I guess theoretically speaking, I could go to Turkey. I'm not going to answer that. Oh man. Yeah, I guess theoretically speaking, I could go to Turkey, but I don't want to go to Turkey. Raise you up a bit. Stunning stuff. And we need just one more. Currently, there's a gap, and the gap is unacceptable. Gaps are unacceptable. Should we leave the gap, or should we drop another tower? We might as well drop another tower. 3, 4, 5, 6, drop another tower. Drop another tower. This is going to be a pain in the ass. This happens sometimes when things are non-persistent. They go blind. Don't you start, Raiden. I've banned people for less. Don't you start. Don't you do it too. Don't fall into the trap of the degeneracy. Gonna have to do. I'll have to fix it in post. Once it's placed down. Yeah, because I can't tell how well aligned it is to the wall. All right, let's get a field view. See how this looks on a field view. If we were to hypothetically go into camera mode. All right, let's take a peek. All right, yeah. It's coming together. I'm seeing the vision. The vision is appearing. The vision is appearing. We'll have more along the back wall. We'll get some spotlights going. Yeah, the vision is appearing. Also, the weather here seems relatively nice for the most part, which is solid. We love good weather. We love solid weather. You won't do anything. You need me to fill the holes in your content. The tiny, 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 tiny gaps that only atoms can pass through, but still, it's true. It's true. It's true. And I unfortunately have to admit it is true. He is correct. All right, now we're in a good spot with that. We're gonna save and reload. God, dude, Kenshi's been so like laggy and chunky for me recently because I've been playing with the Star Wars overhaul. That playing in like mostly vanilla Kenshi or like anything that's not a massive overhaul and the performance increase I've gotten from it has been absolutely fucking ridiculous. Um, this whole stream has been in almost just great FPS, and it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful. All right, so now no more bipping and bopping out of existence. So now we can move stuff as we see fit. Defensive wall tower. No more bippeting and boppeting. Perfect. Love it. I'm going to rotate this. A little bit of rotation on that. Good to go. So then we need to put more walls over here because I don't think they can get down anywhere. We need to put more walls over here to block that off. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I would love to add squeaking as pain sounds, but I can't do that in normal Kenshi, at least not without Re-Kenshi, and I have no idea how to do that or where to start. I'm sure there's a tutorial for it. They were able to do it with, adding like the blaster and lightsaber noises to Bethune, so like I'm sure that there's a tutorial for it somewhere. I don't imagine someone was just like, I am a genius and I know how to do it. Like I'm sure somebody has posted somewhere how to do it. You gotta keep looking. You gotta keep looking. Don't give up. I believe in you. All right, let's rotate this stuff over here. And I might put a tower in between these because I've got so many towers that I built. Need to use them. I might end up putting a tower over here. I'm not 100% on that. Maybe we put a tower there. Or maybe we put a tower on the end. Who knows? Get one more in between there. Insert you in. Let's move a tower over and see. We have plenty, so plenty of towers, plenty of towers, plenty of time. And of course it's gonna fucking blip out of existence because why wouldn't it? How these things work. What part of the map is this? This is Berserker country. This is Berserker country. Maybe one on each end would probably be a better idea. We'll do one on each end. Yeah. Yeah. All right, then we just drop you down a little bit. That works. Good to go. And then if we drop another one over there. Head over this way. Bring it all the way up over this way. Rotate it around. The newest Re-Kenshi referred to the game back to a version before, by the way, before the photo mode free cam was added. Yeah, it does affect me, which is why I don't use Re-Kenshi for recording, which is honestly incredibly fucking inconvenient for me because one of the things that Re-Kenshi lets you do is alter game speeds. And I don't know if you know this, but capturing cinematic footage would be a hell of a lot easier in terms of camera movement if I could do it in 0.5 speed instead of like 1 time speed. I could get better camera angles way easier. I wouldn't have to do as many re-recordings to like fill in gap footage. Like it'd be a hell of a lot easier. But unfortunately, the individual that made Re-Kenshi is waiting on Lo-Fi to send them some of the files they need to implement the free camera mode after the last update. So it's kind of up in the air right now, which is unfortunate, but I get it. But yeah, we're kind of waiting. We're SOL until they get the files from Lo-Fi. We're SOL until they get the files from Lo-Fi. This is the most annoying part. Is this crap right here where it's just the blipping in and out of existence is really annoying when I'm trying to do a project like this because one, I can't see you know, where they are, but also it's already annoying enough that I have to go find the original spot of like the wall segments. And then it's not even like when the camera moves like over this way, it's as bad. It also, when I zoom in, it blips out too. And it's always in the most inconvenient spot that it blips out. Stunning. Then one piece right there. One piece of wall right over here should be. Only with the towers I've noticed. The towers are the ones that have the biggest issue with the blipping. The walls do it too sometimes, clearly, but the towers have the biggest issue with it. I don't think the devs say in the description. I don't think the dev says that in the description. I messaged him the other day about it, and he cleared it up, so I was confused at first once I updated. Yeah, yeah. He what is it? I think he didn't say it in the description, but I think he said it in one of the forum posts. Like someone had commented on it on the wiki. I mean, not on the wiki, on Nexus, and was like, "Hey, free camera mode's not working." And he's like, "Yeah, that's by design. It doesn't work until Lo-Fi sends me the files. Like you're gonna have to get over it." Um. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Where is? Nope, not that one. There we go. That's the one. That's the one. Now we got to rotate this one to be lined up better with you, which is difficult to do because it keeps blipping in and out of fucking existence. God, I hate that. Of all the build issues that I could have, that one is the one that I think drives me the most batshit. So in order to fix it, I've got to keep saving and really annoying. But on the upside, at least the saving and reloading is relatively quick right now because of the circumstances. So there's that. I hate having to do it nearly as much as I am right now. I try to minimize the amount that I do it because every time you reload, it presents the possibility of crashing, which isn't a big deal. I can reload in pretty quick, but it doesn't make it any less fucking annoying. All right, she is coming along though. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the vision. I'm probably gonna have to go into the FCS and make it bigger. I'm probably gonna have to make the arena size bigger. So let me preemptively open up the FCS on that. Yeah. You. Arena mod. So that way next time we load in, it'll be bigger. So I'm actually gonna set the arena size to 2, so it's twice the size of a normal arena. I mean, of a normal outpost. And then next time I reload the game, that should be loaded in here without an issue. Dealing with the same thing right now. I got to restart my PC so it stops crashing on load, but I'm too lazy. So yeah, story of my life. All right, so now we can move some of this shit without having it freak out and start spazzing. Fan-friggin-tastic. Gotta move you forward, and then we gotta push you back because you were leaning. You were leaning, and good to know that you lean from the top. So if I get the bottom lined up, the top can get lined. I rotate. Better, and apparently you're leaning too. Know that. Back as well. Stunning, and these are just for show, so that's fine. There, and then I just need to add a little bit of. I don't mind if they're not perfectly straight, right? Like if there's a little bit of like you know, it goes up this way and then down this way. That's fine as long as it's not too much. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to look aesthetically pleasing, for the sake of what we're doing, you know. And this, if I do say so myself, looks pretty feckin' aesthetic. Pretty feckin' aesthetic. Yeah, I really like this. This looks really good. Really good. And then bridging the... I think we're going to leave this section without, like, lower seating, maybe. I think we'll leave that section without lower seating just because it's the rear portion. This whole area is going to end up getting primarily covered by wall, because it's pretty open. There's not much terrain. We will try to work with the terrain a little bit, but there's only so much I'm going to be able to do. Yeah, we'll work with the terrain however we can, but there's only so much we can do because this is a fully traversable spot. So, okay, well, we're making progress. It's slow and whatnot, but I say it's slow. We've actually gotten a shit ton done in like 10. So I say it's slow, but it's actually not that slow. We're actually moving pretty quick and pretty efficiently, to be honest. Damn you! Doing the fucking phase out thing. It's doing the phase out thing. It's one of my least favorite things. It's doing it. He specifically said don't do that. Is it the end of the world? No. Does it bother me greatly? Abso-friggin-lutely. It just makes it so dang difficult to line things up. I have to like go at it from like weird camera angles and whip things around a bunch. It's just a whole mess. It's a mess and it's annoying. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. This area looks traversable. I'm pretty sure they could probably get up through. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have Sekiro come test it. Sekiro, come test this ground out for me. Can you come up through here? Oh no, you can't come up through here. Good. Good. Non-escapable. Maybe we'll leave this open as like a theoretical escape hatch. But yeah, so she's coming along though. She's coming along. I'm seeing the vision. It's coming together. Coming together. I like it. And then from a bird's eye view, this looks really good. Looks really, really good. Even just like over here, this is really good. Really stoked about it. She's looking good. She's looking real good. See how the interior of this place looks. And on inside. Okay, so for some reason the interior doesn't want to load properly, but that's fine. Like it's loaded properly, but like the ceiling doesn't want to come down. Have you ever ran into an issue where after a load, characters won't be able to enter a building even through the even though there's nothing there, making like invisible wall happen? Yeah. Yeah, it happened on Project Cthulhu recently where with the City Hall building. I had that issue, and the way that I ended up having to fix it was it turned out that one of the walls that I had constructed inside the city hall was actually blocking the pathfinding inside the building. So check and see if you have anything inside the building that could be disrupting the pathfinding. That's all I could think. All I could think. That is annoying. That like that. That's okay. Back in wall. It's so frustrating. Why? Do I have any spare walls laying around, or did I use them all? Used them all. Okay, well, I gotta build more then. I like to pre-make my walls. Easier. Remake them. Trying to get this thing straightened out. We're gonna need 2 walls right here. Probably 2 walls right there. We'll make 2. And then we're gonna need a good handful of walls right here. Probably at least 4 or 5. Was it 5? Do you think that'd be enough? I think with towers that might be enough. If we put towers, at least 2 towers down, that might be enough. All right, and then we're gonna need more over here. Starting point for that. Get these walls put together, and we'll go from there. So these are the rest of the walls that I'm going to use. Stunning, and they're facing the wrong way. Fuck. And come on, I made them facing the wrong way. Why? I'm gonna have to rotate them anyway. Oh my god, why have I done this? I ended up moving all my items out, and then I removed the storage and bunk beds. I believe that fixed it. Still annoying though, since my main crafting station, storage, and sleep area, and I already moved it out. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, for me, it was a single interior wall that I had built that was completely blocking the pathfinding. I have no idea what the issue, like why that was causing such an issue, but it was a single interior wall that I had built. It was blocking the whole pathfinding. Um, Caused a whole bunch of issues. This is frustrating. I can't believe I placed them the wrong direction. Can't believe I placed them all. Cannot believe it. I simply can't. I can actually. Fully on brand for my level of nonsense. Fully on brand. I'm gonna scoot you over a teensy bit. There we go. We're gonna scoot you over a teensy bit. Block that area off. No big deal. No big D's. Not in this region. No sir. Drop you down over, and I think we should be lined up good now. Maybe I'll drop them down a little bit further. Kind of just want this area to be like just generally cordoned off. I don't want it to be like a traversable end, but you. Although they can get up on that wall. An interesting take on that. Maybe we rotate that portion. Maybe it's a good thing that I did that. Maybe it's a good thing that I did on accident. Totally accident, but maybe it's a good thing. You never know. You never know in life when you're going to make a mistake and it's going to turn out that that mistake was actually a good thing. These things happens. It happens like that sometimes. All right. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So that area is cordoned off. Just a generally smaller section of the wall. I'm not going to use that for like stands or anything like that. It's just a smaller section of the wall. Good. It's good. It's good. It's looking real good. Looking real good. The other thing we need to think about is where contestants are going to be. Should I make like not cages? Cages isn't the right word, but like holding pits. For each of our combatants. Should I make like buildings where they're going to be stored at? Should it just be like a stack house, or I mean a step house? A step house? No, not a step house. Stack house, right? Storm house. That's the word I'm thinking of. Should I just make it like a storm house? They're all stored in there. Not really sure. Not really sure. Maybe I'll make like smaller cages. I do think I have exterior doors actually. What do I have for the exterior doors? What do these look like? Standalone door structure to use for outdoor use. Yeah. Storm shack. So yeah, we do have doors, so we can make like holding pit. Yeah. Yeah, because my mom and dad made me and I'm mistaken. I was also an accidental child, Raiden. Don't worry about it. Happens. It happens to the best of us. I was also an accidental child. All right, we're gonna bring the towers over here. These things are most certainly gonna vanish. Yeah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, my fault for making the original one so far away. Micro movements don't usually cause the disappearing issues, but the big movements do, and that's always frustrating. So here's what I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna move these over preemptively into this area where they're gonna be at, and then I'm gonna do another save. Is that hair Sekiro from that has many more hair mods, or you have in your Steam collection, or a different one? No. Literally, this Sekiro is a custom model. He's actually his own race too. Like this isn't like a character that I made look like Sekiro. It's from the mod Sekiro. He's his own race. He's not. These aren't even prosthetic limbs, right? Like this. He's not. He doesn't have prosthetics. It everything from the hair to all of it is literally just from the mod Sekiro start. Now, Again, we've done 3 in-game days building this thing so far. 3 whole in-game days. We're waiting. Stunning. Okay, so towers are there. Now we can actually move these things, hopefully without too much disappearing going on. Literally my least favorite thing. One of my least favorite things. I can't say it's my least favorite. It's up there, though. It's pretty freaking up there. Pretty friggin' up there. All right, so now we're going to rotate you just a wee, just a wee. And the plan is that I'm going to get a bunch of these recorded in rapid succession and then edit them all in batches and then have them scheduled out and then get a few of them scheduled for release once this little project of ours is done. But I think this is going to be a lot of fun. And it also gives me an opportunity to get more editing practice in when it comes to some of the more sophisticated effects and like adding in blur, motion blurs in right spots and some of the more cinematic effects that I was playing with during the dwarf finale, which ultimately will translate for my anthology series, which is still in production. I have the voice actors all picked out for it. Auditions for that are done. But obviously we have some work we have to do on that still. And this is good practice for some of the effects that I'm going to be utilizing in that. So, and these are getting lined up quite nicely. Quite nicely. Absolutely stunning, everybody. Absolutely stunning. Round of applause for how absolutely stunning that is. And then we'll put a tower down. Rotation. Rise. Line up the bottom portions. Rotation. Again, one of the big things for me is making sure that everything is lined up so it looks the way it's. And I must say, it's looking good. Looking real good. You rat bastard. How dare you rise? How dare you? We should be able to actually just have them kind of clip a little bit, but it shouldn't be a big deal. Again, they're just there mostly for the sake of blocking entryway. Blocking entryway. All right, so it is coming along really nice. I'm really feeling this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I'm excited to add the rest of these platforms too. These walkable platforms. It's gonna look really good. Really good. Very hyped. Hyped as hell. Good. And do we want to move, like, rotate this wall, or do we want it to go? Probably rotate the wall a little bit. Probably rotate the wall a little bit. Come forward a teensy bit. You come forward a teensy bit. I'll tell you, man, micro movements are one of the most tedious parts about every base build, and it's one of the main reasons that I only do so many of these on stream, because I feel like this can't be super like fun to watch all the time. Is like just watching me do micro movements and stuff and sit here and like eye the screen with such intensity and ferocity. But it seems like people enjoy it, which is cool. But I'm always amazed by that, because I'm like, I did my Leviathan build a couple weeks back, and people were like really into it. We had a lot of people turn up, and it was cool. We had like, I think it was like 200 and something people on that, but yeah, the end result is worth it. It is worth it. It is. I always worry about like build streams like this, if they're even entertaining for you guys to watch. Like again, I am a both like a creative, but I'm also a content creator and entertainer as well. Like my job is literally to entertain you guys, and I'm always worried that like this is maybe not the most intensive thing to watch, but then again, people really enjoy the build content in general. So I guess just this is just a slowed down version of my build videos. Because my build videos are usually done 3 times speed. That's how I can between 2.5 to 3 times speed, which is why I'm able to get an entire build done usually within 30 minutes to an hour in those videos. And then these take 4 or 5 hours, and it's simply because this is how much it actually takes me. But it's always fun having a little bit more conversation during it. Plus, I don't have to go back and post and add in the commentary. Love that. Don't get me wrong, adding in the commentary and post isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's not. Sometimes you just like you're exhausted and you don't want to necessarily do that. Like, uh, one of the many reasons that I chose to do this tonight instead of hopping the Star Wars playthrough is because I'm literally exhausted. I don't know if you guys can tell by like looking at my face. So I have a dog. I have 2 dogs. And one of my dogs, both of my dogs are relatively older now. Like my younger dog is, she's turning 9 this year. She's turning 9 this year, and then my other dog is turning 11 this. And the 11-year-old has early stages of dog dementia. So she's just sundowning. She's getting old, She's just getting old, and she looks at she just stares at the wall sometimes. She's regressing. She thinks she's a puppy and she's not a puppy anymore. She's having like bathroom issues, and she's getting like random bursts of energy, but like she has also hip dysplasia because she's a bully breed, and she's she'll run around and hurt herself because she thinks that she's fucking a year old and she's just not. And all this stuff is really unnatural for her. She was never been a dog that has a lot of energy. She's always been like a kind of a lethargic, lazy kind of dog. And now recently she's just like bouncing off the walls. And something recently that started with the progression of her, doggy dementia is last night and the night before, every single hour on the nose at 11, at 12, at 1, at 2, at 3, she woke up, jumped up either on my wife when I was down here streaming or on me last night after I went to bed, and was begging to go outside. And then she'd go out there and she would just stare at the floor. She's losing it. She's in cognitive decline, And it's sad to watch, but also I need some fucking sleep. I'm tired. I'm really tired. So, we're kind of dealing with that right now. And it's both really sad because she's getting old, but also in the immediate, I am so tired today. So tired today. So we're taking her to the vet to see if they can give her something to help her sleep. My dog also had problems like this. Dashhound lived 18 years. In the final months, he would stare and walk into walls. Yeah, she's not quite to the point where she's walking into the walls or anything like that, but she'll just like stop and stare at the floor or stare at walls. Or she'll walk in circles, or she'll think that she's stuck like behind something when the thing that she's stuck behind has a gap that's literally twice as wide as her body, but she'll swear that she's stuck behind it. Like if there's a box in the hallway or something and she could easily fit around it like without even touching the wall or the box, she'll freak out and think that she's stuck and start whining. Like her perception of space and everything else is just going. Again, these are all normal symptoms. 70% of dogs. I've trained show dogs and stuff. In my youth with my brother-in-law and whatnot. Doggy dementia presents in 70% of dogs over the age of 10. I mean, and what is it? I think it's 50% of dogs after the age of 10, and then 70% by the time they hit age 12. Like it's a normal part of the life cycle. It's a sad part, but it's normal. But the downside to it is that we're just in the immediate. We're so tired, man. We have a vet appointment to see if maybe we can get something to help her sleep a little bit better, calm down. It's sad. It's just a sad situation, but it's kind of the thing that you accept when you get a dog, is that you're going to get to this point. We got her when she was 3. And you know, now she's we rescued her when she was 3, and now she's going on 11. And then the other one that's turning 9 this year, we got her when she was 3 months old. And my wife and I have had her almost our entire relation. We got my wife and I got together in 2016, and we got Freya, the youngest dog. We got her in 2017. So like we've had her almost our entire relationship, our dating, engaged, married, kids, all of the houses we lived in. We bought her house. Like she's been there the whole time. The other one we got a year later in 2018. Cassie, she's the one in decline, and she yeah, like I said, it's just a sad situation. It's on the whole, it's a sad situation, but um, he's just getting near that time, unfortunately, getting closer and closer to that time. But I am pooped today, which is why I chose to do this instead. Plus, I thought it'd be a nice break. We've been doing um the Star Wars stream pretty hard recently. We've been really going in on it, and I thought this would be a nice breakup, nice, field change. Thought it would be a nice way to break up the monotony a bit. There we go. My dog is currently the same spot. She constantly whines at night because it's dark and she doesn't know what's going on. Damn, I was hoping you'd do Star Wars again. I mean, I'm gonna do Star Wars again. I'm taking a break tonight because you know, again, I'm exhausted, but also kind of wanted to break things up a little bit. So we'll be doing Star Wars again next week. Tomorrow is Elden Ring with Muffin Top. Tomorrow's Elden Ring Thursdays with Muffin Top. Very fucking excited about that. My boy, my dog, the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man? Well, all the VODs are available if you ever want to check them out. All the VODs are available. They're on the channel if you go to lives. I leave all the VODs up on my channel for every series that I do just because I like people to be able to have the option to go back and catch up. I've never really understood the whole deleting the VODs thing. Like you have to be here for the stream or else you don't get to see what happened. I don't really vibe with that. It's not really my thing, you know. So if you ever are curious, the VODs are there. They're there. All right, full rotation of that. I think we might need a tower over here, but I'm not 100% on that. I think we're probably good. Yes, I already own Kenshi. I'll check it out. The new Star Wars mod. Yeah, if you want, in the description on any of the VODs too, is my on any of the Star Wars VODs is my full load order with all of the mods that I use, as well as the actual load order that you can use on your mods.cfg to make it stable, or as stable as you can get when you're doing a total conversion like that. Would recommend. But yeah, it's all right there for you. One click download, and then obviously Kenshi because you're going to need that for sound effects and whatnot. All right, so we're almost done with this outer portion of the wall, and then we'll get on to the leveling of the foundations, and that's actually a pretty quick part. This last wall segment in place here. All right, all right. Fantastic. Raise this up, and then I think we are officially done with the outer portion of the wall. Little bit of raise, a little bit of overlap, a little bit of clipping there, but it's not actually that bad. Not actually that bad. A little bit of adjustment. Roll it back a tiny bit. Good. Looks good. Looks good. It's good. It's good. What we can do is we can actually scooch it over a tiny bit to make it more level. Yeah, that looks good to me. It looks good to me. That is a fucking arena. I love it. I'm all for it. Do you see it now, Mr. Krabs? Do you see it now? Hell yeah, looks good. All right, so now is the funny part. We're gonna have to take all these L houses and just start not L houses. Yeah, they are L houses right there. Boom, all these L houses, and we're just gonna have to start lining them up like with the foundations per Raiden's instruction. Decided to just finish my base on a fully separate save using F12. I kind of want to see the end of it, and it'll give a chance to show it off. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I am excited to see it. I am excited to see it. All right, we're just going to start dropping random L houses. This is so funny, by the way. This is ridiculous. Making floating L houses for this. Utterly ridiculous. Truly, truly ridiculous. And we're going to have to move so many of them into place, too, which is funny, but... You gotta get raised up. That's raised too high. That's perfect. Perfect. I'm using the little like log pieces that are poking out of the top as a way to like kind of determine where we are in terms of like leveling things out, making sure everything is nice and even. Good, it's good. And I think we're gonna have it go up through over to here, and I think that's actually where we'll call that, and we'll start attaching foundations. There. Foundation. This is legitimately something that I think I'm going to use in future playthroughs. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. I have to fix those in future build videos. This is crazy, man. I remember you told me about it once, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to remember to do that. And now, like, I'm actively doing it. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Why was I not doing this? Why was I not doing this already? Like, that's crazy. Look at it. So good. It's so good. Gonna fix the orientation on these. I made these first three kind of not level. They got a bit of roll to them. That's good. No shit. There we go. Yeah, that's another reason I wanted to show you what I found in the past month of them. You have no idea what you can do, the stuff you can do. I mean, clearly, I still have a lot to learn. My God. The irony, I do need to adjust a little bit because we're kind of punching through the back end there. I guess it's not a big deal. I like to really see it. I guess it's not a big deal. You're not really gonna see it. Punch through is still there, but it's not as bad. Yeah, we'll pull them out a bit. Yeah, that shit's wild. Yeah, it looks so good. The walkways you can make. My God, this opens up an entire new avenue of like potential basing. This is gonna be wild stuff, man. I'm gonna make some crazy build videos with these. Crazy stuff, man. Absolutely crazy stuff. The local, we're gonna here. You're gonna pull this back. Stunning. And now we're just dropping down pontoons. And these aren't even, the pontoon bridges aren't even that hard to line up. That's the other thing too. Like it's actually so fucking easy to line these up. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. And it's going to make the actual arena itself a little bit smaller, which by and large is honestly a bit of a good thing. It's a big arena, and so by kind of shrinking the space down a little bit, it's going to make it a bit smaller. That's good. Good. I'm probably gonna have my base done by tonight or by the end of the week. I'm excited to see it, man. I'm excited. I'm glad I learned F12 and Heroes videos well on my first playthrough. Everything I build looks way better than normal building, and you can keep RP using the materials and moving them afterwards. That's what I always tell people. Like, one of the things that's always gotten on my fucking nerves is, and this still happens, right? Like, I still get this comment sometimes. And I ignore it because, like, you know, it is what it is. But, like, one of the things that's always gotten on my nerves is when people comment on my build videos or on, like, my shorts that show, like, my builds. And they're like, says he's gonna tell you how to build cheats, for fuck's sake. And I'm like, firstly, it's not even cheating, dude. Shut up. Secondly, like you can build the stuff and then just move it manually afterwards. Like, you don't have to fucking just spawn the stuff in. Like, you can build it and then move it afterwards. That's kind of the point, right? Like, that's part of it. I've never understood that comment. I've never understood that. Utter nonsense. I think I got it literally the other day. I think somebody the other day did it. Like yesterday or the day before. It's crazy, man. That's what I've been doing before now, as I was building everything and then moving it. Yeah, like, I think that if you don't want to cheat, that's a perfectly viable way to do it. Like, if you don't want to build your entire base in the Shift F12 and just like not use resources, then build the buildings manually and then move them. I've done it on stream in front of you guys dozens of times. Dozens of times. Every base I've made in almost every playthrough that I've done on stream, my Nugget Mafia, my Sith playthrough, my Dwarves playthrough, I build the stuff legitimately and then I move it into place. That's fine. Who cares? I'm not cheating. Getting past engine limitations. Like, it's literally just dealing with engine limitations. The way that Kenshi's engine is, it doesn't let you place buildings super close together. And so this is a way to get around that. I don't think that's cheating in the slightest. It lets you make a base that's more aesthetic, more functional. Nice, it looks good. Outside of what the game would traditionally let you do. I think that's perfectly fair. Perfectly fair. Perfectly viable. Perfectly fair. Perfectly viable. Some buildings you have to build direct. But I don't care. I mean, yeah, like, again, it's also, the other thing too is, like, even if it is cheating, which I personally don't view it as cheating, it's a single player game. Get fucked. I don't know what to tell you, man. Get fucked. It's a single player game. Who cares? Why do you care so much how people play their game they paid for? You Nintendo now? Calm down. You're not hurting anybody. I'm offended by the way you play single-player games. I know, the sheer fucking audacity. The audacity. The audacity. The gall, the nerve, the audacity. I know, I should be drawn and quartered for having the nerve to show you guys how to make your game look better. How to make your bases look nice by not having limitations from the in-game engine. I feel great shame. I bring great shame on my family. Advices for the week. Clearly. I have committed great crime. Communists are trying to ruin my Kenshi experience by telling me what to do. That's what I'm saying, man. The communists. I mean, probably not in so many words, but you know, probably not those exact words, but I'm there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm there. Probably not in those exact words, but, like, I think we'll get there. I think we're getting close. It's funny. This is actually probably the least bothersome part. Like, every other part of this so far has been not like difficult, but it's been like kind of like, yeah, it's one more thing I got to do. This portion right here with the pontoon bridges, I'm gonna be honest with you, ambrosia. I'm enjoying this part quite a bit. Quite a bit. It's good. It's calm. Good. Oop! I accidentally am messing with the wrong rotation. Oh no! There we go. There we go. Yeah, don't tell people how to play a single player game. Don't tell them what they are and are not allowed to do in a single player experience. It's nonsense. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. People can play their game the way that they want. They paid for it. Let them play with it how they want. Crazy stuff, man. I'll give you a small guide on clipping and how to make the mesh work with them when you do your builds and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, you're telling me people don't play single player games the way that I do? How dare they? I know the sheer fucking audacity. Guys, I am, in fact, the alpha and the omega and the amoeba. Okay, I'm the alpha and the amoeba. And because of that, you guys should be like playing your games exactly the way that I do. Because if you don't, that's suboptimal and that's disrespectful to your family. I've heard that. Okay, I've heard that through the grapevine. That if you don't play the way that Hero plays his games, then you know that's suboptimal, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Right? We don't do sub optics here. Do I look like a sub optic kind of guy? Nonsense. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Let people do what they want. Not hurt nobody. If it was like an online experience, you know, and like you were actually like cheating, like that's one thing. But like you're playing a fucking single player game. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Raiden was the MVP with the deep building tricks. Yeah, no, that's really good. I'm gonna use that quite a bit. Real MVP move right there. My dude is he's killing it. He's killing it. You learn something new every day. That's what that is. Even I got stuff to learn sometimes. It's cool as hell. I'm excited to use this. I'm excited to use this in future projects. Wow, future projects? I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. The hard way. Yeah, I'm gonna have adjustments on these for sure. But that's okay. That's okay. This part is less of that ambrosia that I was talking about. This is actually going to be a bit of annoyance, but that's fine because the rest of this has been fantastic. I'm going to do those ones there because this whole section has been kind of a... why did I do that? Why did I do that? It's fine. It's fine. I'm too busy running my fucking mouth. It's fine. I'll just place the foundations down and then deal with the rest of it. God damn it. Why did I do that? Why? It's fine. It's fine. Nobody freak out. It's fine. I'm certainly not freaking out. You shouldn't freak out either. It's fine. Why? That's funny. There we go. Okay. Hero talking real librarian about Kenshi. Libertarian, sorry, librarian. Dude, I'm fucking out of it, man. Real libertarian about Kenshi. He better hope the ATF doesn't show up to burn down his house. One could only hope so. One could only hope so. Not that they do, that they don't. Or they do. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe. Yes. My body and soul are ready. Do what you must. Okay. We got to rotate these a little bit. That was really dumb. I can't believe I did that. Actually, I can completely believe I did that, but it was still really dumb. What I get for talking too much. I wasn't paying attention, and that's what happens. That's what happens. Make sure to fill your dog with tannerite for when the ATF comes. My God. My God. And then we're raising them up. Things are looking real good. Things are looking really good. Really, really good. The amount of stuff I repeated when I wasn't paying attention with the foundations. Oh, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Dude, this is looking really nice. Oh my God, the sloped walls and everything, making it harder to climb up. This is looking really, really good. Hell yeah, dude. I'm for it. I'm all for it. I feel a type of way about it. I'm all for it. We can have like one-on-one encounters down here, okay, in the weeds, and then larger encounters over here. We could have some over by the water. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could do here. Really cool stuff. Super cool. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. All right, we're gonna put some more of these L houses down now that we've got that figured out. This time, God willing, I'm not gonna be a fool, a buffoon, and accidentally actually place them. All right. Have to move some of like rotate some of these inward onto the wall. Oh God, this is when things are gonna get really fucking obnoxious. This is when they're gonna get really friggin' obnoxious. A little bit of rotation action right there. A little bit of rotation action. That I did things like position a 6 or 7 building and click escape before confirm. Did you do that on purpose? Did you do that on purpose? I'm telling you, Principal, I ban people for less. Don't do this. Don't be that guy. Don't do this. I've banned for less. I won't even feel bad about it. I won't, I swear. There. And we could probably just scoot these. I swear I won't answer. God damn it. I said I was done with it. No more. No more of it. I banned it. It's done. All right. I did it again, which is really funny. I did it again. I literally just hit the button and was like, don't do that, and then did it anyway. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, Lord. Why am I like this? Fine. It's actually not that big of a deal. It wasn't actually as hard last time to fix as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be a giant headache to fix. It wasn't actually that bad. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not losing it. It's fine. No crash outs. Not today. Yeah, it wasn't actually that bad. Remove the L houses. Do this exact same thing I did, but I also hit escape when I hit the perfect positions. I've done that a couple times in build videos. Thankfully, usually they're like moving at like, again, 250 times speed, so most people don't catch it. But the number of times that I have gotten something into the absolute perfect spot, been like, yeah, yes, this is it. This is it. Escape. It's not great. It's not great. All right, so there's that. Now we just have to move these into position, get them all lined up. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too bad. You actually, we're gonna rotate you a little better. Fantastic. Does the arena have a name? At current, it doesn't. At current, it does not. It's just the Colosseum, just the arena. It will probably end up having one. Thoughts on the Sentient Sands mod? I plan on giving it a go, and I plan on doing it in a video or in stream. I think it's gonna be a fucking game changer, to be honest with you. I think it's gonna be absolutely huge. And I am beyond excited to give it a try. It's awesome. It sounds awesome. It sounds absolutely awesome. You know, as someone who was a big fan of like the Skyrim one as well, that lets you do the same thing. In like Skyrim and Skyrim VR and stuff with like the companion mods and whatnot. I think that's crazy. Like that is that's some wild stuff, man. Yeah, I'm hyped about it. I'm hyped about it. And I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll probably end up using it on stream to see how it goes. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited to try it. Hugely innovative stuff. Hugely innovative stuff. No, not the tower, the foundation, guys. The foundation. Foundation, not the wall, the foundation. Come on. Come on, let me pick the foundation. Keep selecting the wall, and I don't want it to select the wall. I want it to select the foundation. There we go. Yeah, I'm excited about it. Would gladiatorial fights could have happened or happening in lore, like the United Cities settling fights between slaves? I if anybody remembers, I made a video a while back with Muffin about a hypothetical scenario in which the Holy Nation and the Shet Kingdom formed a tenuous alliance. So it required some rewriting of history and all that stuff. But we created a scenario in which the Holy Nation could have an alliance with the Shet Kingdom, and part of it was the creation of an arena that could be used by the Holy Nation and the Shet Kingdom to kind of deal with their cultural desires in a way that is both beneficial to society and healthy, and like prevents all out war. Now, obviously, this was a tenuous one, but like I've always thought that the Shek and the Holy Nation could both benefit more than any other faction from having an arena. It fulfills so many of their cultural needs and criteria. I've always said that an arena would be hugely beneficial to the both of them. I've always thought that, for sure. For sure. It looks badass, man. Badass. Really good. Really good. Love it. Love everything about it. All right, now we just gotta drop down the pontoon bridges. And that's that. And then we can work on potential interior stuff. Pontoon bridge a big. The bigger pontoons. And then after that comes the debilitating and obnoxious part of this, which is when I'm going to be messing with the FCS to try and get this to be functional as a starting location for a mod. So I'm gonna make a quick custom start. I'm gonna try to make the custom start here. And we're going to see how that goes. That's the goal. Custom start that starts here. Because that's how ultimately how we're going to get these arena fights to play out. Is we're going to make custom starts with the NPCs in the party that we're going to have pitted against each other, and then we'll divide them up into teams and squads and stuff. We'll move them into the locations they need for the fights, and then I will dismiss whoever's fighting, like half of the whoever the opposition is, and then I'll get the recorded footage and all of that good stuff. So we got a plan. We got a plan and a process. We got a plan and a process, but that requires us to have custom starts, and it also requires it to make sure that the location is going to load appropriately, and that we can load in here, because I don't want to have to like lug our happy asses all the way here. The other thing is obviously this is fully enclosed because it's not meant to be like an area that is accessible, right? So like it's not even owned by the player. It's an inaccessible location. And that's by design, because it's not used for a playthrough. It's used for this. Looking great. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So it's designed to be an inaccessible location because it's used for filming, and I don't need roaming squads to come here. I don't need raids to happen. I just need it to be just a big open, basically just a big fucking cage that whoever I for my custom starts to spawn into. Now, the custom start thing is going to probably take a little bit of work. Hopefully, I only have to make one custom start, and then all I have to do is edit the inhabitants of that start in the squad. I think Frankie one time walked me through how to do the custom start like that, and so I may have to refer back to my... would be fun if I did a fan art of the Holy Nation allying with the Shet Kingdom. Listen, if you do it, I'll tell you what. If you make the fan art and it's good and it looks cool, if you're down with it, I will replace the thumbnail for that video with your fan art. How's that? Does that sound appealing to you? And I'll credit you in the description too, obviously, as the creator of the thumbnail, if that's what you're down. But if you make a fan art of the Shek and the Holy Nation as allies, and like it looks good and I like it, I'll replace the thumbnail of that video with your fan art. And I will make sure to credit you, and I'll even put links to any, if you have a profile somewhere, and I'll put links. Yeah, so for the what if scenario, those are the only times that I've ever done that. The only time that I've ever done that, and it was because it was for the what if scenario. So the first, let me clarify. The first one, the Rebel Farmers one, I found on Google. I found that one on Google. For the Shek one, I did it for the Shek one because for the what if scenarios, like there's no art for that. There's no art for that. I couldn't find it. And I couldn't get a good screenshot in game that would like show the premise of it being that like the Holy Nation and the Shek are allies. That there was nothing that I could come up with that was going to like display that in a way that was like gonna kind of feed the premise of it. That is the only video that I've done it on, and then all that stuff. But yeah, no, listen, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. That's part of the reason why I'm like, hey, if you make good fan art for it, I'll replace the thumbnail, because if I have the opportunity to do so, I'd love to replace the thumbnail. I would love to replace the thumbnail with something better. It was kind of a move out of desperation, because unfortunately I only have so much resources afforded to me at the moment. But if I have the opportunity to replace it with something better, I would absolutely love to replace it with something better. So if you're interested, offers on the table. Offers on the table. In an ideal world, I don't want to have to do that. Sometimes, depending on the circumstances, specifically with the what if videos, it's really difficult. And the hope is that as the channel gets bigger and I have more resources at my disposal, things like that will become easier to mitigate. But it is what it is. I would have to design a different Phoenix, since you mentioned the video this would all happen, and if today's Phoenix hadn't taken powder. Yeah. again, go wild, man. As long as it if it fits the bill, I'm totally down for it. And like I said, I'll if you have like an art I don't know, wherever you post your art. If you have any areas that you post your art, I will happily link and accredit it. I'm more than happy to do so. I like working with other creators anyway. It's always been my preference. So, always been my preference. All right. We are almost done with this portion of things, and then it's on to some of the more moddy portions. Gotta get that Blue Chew sponsorship so you can afford the artist. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh man. Speaking of what if videos, I'm actually working on a different what if video right now that I'm very excited about. Should be coming out here in the next couple of probably hopefully by next week. Um hopefully by next week. I'm going to be doing a what if scenario video on what if Catlon uh basically tries to like essentially what if Catlon tried to invade Kenshi. Tried to retake Kenshi. Um So I've been asked that question a good handful of times recently on stream, and I think it would be a good conversation piece. So I'm going to kind of dive into what would happen in a hypothetical scenario where Catlon broke his sanity. Broke his insanity and became rational to a degree again and tried to basically retake his empire. So that's my next what if video. That should be coming out pretty soon. Hopefully next week is the plan, but just stay tuned for that. I've got that in the works though. It's a coming. It's a coming. Okay. Hell, guys, look at this fucking thing. This looks beautiful. This looks absolutely stunning. Look at this thing. This is an arena. This is a Colosseum right here. Absolutely gorgeous. I love everything about this. If we're on the bottom here, and we're in here fighting, like this is nice. This looks nice. I love custom huge cities. Why I hate is my NPCs will get stuck everywhere. Small outpost is my way, I guess. Which is also your fault here. Oh, small outposts that you made gave me plenty of ideas. I'm kind of guilty of propagating the whole compact castle thing. Where is this on the map? This is in Berserker country. We're up in the top left corner there on the map in Berserker country. I'm kind of guilty of being the propagator of the whole compact castle thing. There was a couple that existed prior to me making content, but they were kind of like you'd have to dig through like Google to find them and stuff. It wasn't really until I started doing my build series that compact castles really took off, as far as I can tell. And I'm excited about it because compact castles are badass. But that's it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, this looks really fucking good. Really fucking good. One thing we need to take a peek at is up here. We need a throne. We need a throne. Gotta have the throne. Interior. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Throne platform there. Never knew this area existed. This game is so big that I find new stuff all the time. Yeah, listen, this area is one of those areas that you I feel like almost nobody ever ends up going. There's nothing here in Kenshi typically. There's really nothing here. There's really nothing here. So it's one of those areas where like I'm not shocked that you didn't know this area was here because like there's really nothing here that would make it worth coming to. I'm gonna have to put that in place. I do think. Yeah, I'm gonna. No big D. The throne. Now. Solid. Solid. Unless you want to train against berserkers, it's a great place. But remember, they are strong. They are just stronger hobos. What are you hoping for in Kenshi 2 building wise? Well, we have the understanding that there's going to be grid snapping, which for interiors is going to be absolutely huge, especially for someone like me who considers himself kind. So I can build a really nice base. Interiors, I've on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a 5.5, 6. Like I'm okay. I'm okay at interior. But they take me a stupid amount of time, and it's not my favorite thing to do. I really prefer building like the whole shell, like the base itself, like this. Find this way more entertaining, way more enjoyable. I get more dopamine from doing this than I do from building interiors. So grid stuff, excited about that. Also, I don't know, I just want to see bigger, better building variety. I want to see buildings that have variations in height. I find that a lot of times when I'm building bases, the buildings all kind of have like one or two heights, right? And even if you raise them, they're all kind of flat on top. There's not like much variation. And I've said this in a lot of my build videos. One of the reasons I like multi-level bases, like keeps and stuff like that, where I can raise things up, is that when you have buildings that are on different levels in terms of height and have different, ceilings, it makes the base feel grander than if everything's just a flat line across the ground. Like when you're looking at it at eye level, everything looks flat, and that's fucking boring. Multiple levels make things feel grander, even though maybe the only difference is the height. Those multiple levels make things feel far grander, and that's a big deal. That's huge. That's a big deal. So this looks really fucking good. I'm like really into this. I don't know how I feel necessarily about the swamp dome. I don't know. I like it, but also I feel like when you're on the ground down here, it kind of maybe blocks off some of the view. And I'm like, what do we do? Do we keep it? Do we not keep it? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I'm gonna clear it for now. Also the interior wouldn't show, which was, yeah. Then we're gonna clear it for now. I think maybe I'll add buildings in on like a case by case basis. Oh, crash. Hold on. I think we crashed. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Funny. Ah, there it is. First one. It's no big deal. Hopefully we didn't lose too much. Yeah. That's funny. Oh, I've got to close this. Right. That's funny. I knew it was going to crash. As soon as I clicked down and everything slowed down for a second, I was like, ah, there it is, you bastard. Yeah. Knew it was going to happen. The swamp platform caused it. Yeah, it was me messing with the swamp platform. Whoopsies. Is what it is. Hopefully we didn't lose too much. Oh no. When's the last time I saved and reloaded? Guys, when's the last time I saved and reloaded? Come on. Don't be bad. Don't be bad. Hold on. Hold on. Am I going to have a fucking aneurysm on screen? How bad is it? No! Ah, you motherfucker. I'm so fucking mad. No! Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. I can't believe we're that far back. I mean, fuck me for not having like saved any point between then, but like, oh my fucking god, guys. That was like an hour. That was like an hour. Yep. 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 Okay. Well, back to it. Back to it. I'm just okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You should autosave frequently. You should up your autosave frequency. I know this, and I didn't because I got distracted from conversation. And yep. Did anyone clip that? It's fine if you did. It's fine if you did. That was like an hour of work. Fuck me, man. The worst. The absolute worst. Well, here we go. Here we go again. Back at it again, guys. How just frustrating that is. How just frustrating that is. It's cool. It's funny how we can save a clip of you not saving. Yeah, literally. It's good. These things happen. These things happen. Let this be a rule. Let this be a lesson to everybody. Save often. Don't be like me. Save often. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, we're gonna see how fastly I can fix this. Oh, you know what? I'm already screwing up because this is these are rotated the wrong way. Already screwing up. That is awful. Absolutely awful. I knew it as soon as I saw that it's still like my most recent save was the build save. I knew it as soon as I saw it. I was like, oh god, here it is. As soon as I saw that the most recent save was the build save. I was hoping I had saved and forgotten about it. I didn't. I didn't. Oh, damn, dude. It looked so good, too. That's the fucking irritating part. And now here's the thing. No matter what I do, it's not going to look nearly as good as it did the first time to me. I know for a fact it's not going to look nearly as good as it did to me the first time. Awful. Awful. Mistakes have been made, guys. Mistakes have been made. But it's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Probably fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. I'm not crashing out at all. Pretty sure I saw Kenshi offer to save before crashing, but I'm not sure. I don't use it. Kenshi does. Kenshi does. Usually it offers to save. If it detects that it's about to crash, it'll offer to save for you. Relax, it's gonna look good. Yeah, no, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Didn't you know you did a podcast? It was just didn't know you did a podcast. It was just listening to a few takes, some nice takes on the lore. Yeah, thank you. We're actually doing the next episode of the podcast tomorrow. We're doing it tomorrow. Next episode of the Tengu's Vault podcast is tomorrow. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Tengu's Vault podcast channel. So be there or be square. I can't. God, I say I can't believe it, but I can totally believe it. I can totally believe that happened. Hence my debilitating scream. hence the debilitating scream that accompanied it. Okay. Now you should use Kenshi for base building mostly, so no more clips of you losing hard work. Not that we don't enjoy that bit. I mean, usually I use the reason I don't use Kenshi, I mean, is that I like to use free camera mode to fly around and check my work sometimes. And Kenshi does not currently support free cam. Would you rather be captured by Fogmen, cannibals, or skin bandits? Cannibals. Cannibals. Just based on the game mechanics, the cannibals don't actually eat you. They just beat you to death and then throw you on a fire. But they have the common courtesy to beat you to death. I'd much rather be beaten to death, and then be eaten after I was dead, than be eaten alive by the Fogmen or stuck in a peeler for sure. I'd cannibals all day, every day. At least they just beat you to death first. Yeah. All right, so there for there. Kind of no real rhyme or reason on some of that. Oh, fact. Oh, pitch. Nope. 0. I prefer the peeler to see if I can take it. I mean, they're basically potato peelers on a on like a rotator. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I feel you have a fair chance to escape the Fogman, though. The other two is certain death. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you still might escape the cannibals too if you're quick enough. You know, if you're quick enough and have deft hands. Um, Granted, the Fogmen, you same deal if you're quick enough. But I don't know. I feel like the cannibals, at least if on the what is it? I can take the Fogmen on the chance that I might escape, or I can take the cannibals on the chance that if I don't escape, at least my death will not be long and drawn out. You know, take the option where if failure occurs, at least it's not it's at least it's not the worst kind. I'm really good looking. At least that way, there'll be one really good looking skeleton walking around. Ah, Mr. Skeleton, that's such nice skin you have here. Hmm. I don't think I ever died from a cannibal mall say their practice targets. Mm. Sometimes it happens. Early game it happens. I feel like late game usually you're fine. Like you can get through the cannibals without too much of an issue. Or even in the mid game. Uh, Early game though, they're devastating. They are devastating early game. All right, we need to rotate you a wee, just a wee tick. Utter nonsense, man. Utter nonsense. Here we are again, rebuilding. All right. Here we go again. See if Hero learned his lesson. Rotate. I think I actually may have made this smaller this time, which is not the worst thing. I think I may have made this part a little smaller this time, though. Last time I actually came up through here. There was more room on the beach, which I think I liked more. Maybe we're gonna rotate, adjust some. Adjust some of these over a little bit. Back over here. And we're gonna rotate. I would love if there was more environmental manipulation, Libby. I'd like to think that of a more dynamic world. Environmental manipulation would be really, really cool. Really, really cool. What if Catlan was a fist fighter and Tin Fist was a Falling Sun user? I imagine that Tin Fist would be far less successful than he is, and Catlan would probably be more devastating than he is. Because Catlan, by and large, actually isn't that bad in the game. His stats are lower, like his limb health is lower than other skeleton models. He um he also is just generally like I don't know. The main danger from Catlon comes from the fact that like he's got decent armor and he got decent armor, a decent weapon, and he's surrounded by 100 thralls. If you take the 100 thralls away, he's actually not that bad. Actually, not that. Oh my! I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm mad, but I'm not mad. I'm something. Oh, it was going so well. It was going so well. Rotate over here. That's the type of shit I do. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's fine. It's cool. It was bound to happen eventually. It's funny that this happened on stream because I've actually never had that happen in a build video before. Like when I was in a pre-build, like a pre-recorded build video, never had that happen before. First time. Super funny. It was bound to happen eventually. The joys of streaming is you not only catch your good moments, you catch your not so good ones too. It's funny. It's a good time. Good time. Way to good time. We had a good time, people. Everybody laugh. Everybody fucking clap right now. I think I would have saved and loaded an old save, and yeah. I mean, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. These things happen. No use getting worked up over it. I had my initial roar there, and now we're moving on. Now we're moving on. Okay, so this is there. I actually used, I think, one less segment than I did last time. I didn't bring it as far back, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, so we'll deal with that. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save it. The wall is built. Now we have to deal with all those feckin' L platforms again. Every single one of them. Which that's annoying, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. It's totally fine. Totally fine. He says to convince not only the audience, but also himself. Oh, man. There. We're just going to go through and these platforms. Oh, what the hell? Okay, there's a tower there. I was like, why is there a gap there? It's not a gap. Not a gap. It's a tower that keeps going invisible. Save. I did save. I did. We're there. We're there. I remembered this time. Mistakes have been made, but I don't usually make the same mistake 2 times in a row. Usually. At least not for large mistakes. Sometimes I'll make small mistakes a couple times in a row. Like, hitting confirm after I place down all the L houses instead of just removing the L houses and placing the deep foundations. I'll do that one a couple of times in a row, but that one in particular, one is devastating. That's going to add like another hour of my time. No, that one I probably won't do twice. I was like, oh no, it's just a crash. No big deal. These things happen. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. That's what you thought, you fucking buffoon. You buffoon. I was a fool. How bad a save scum from a crash could be seen. I mean, listen. It's fine. All these things are fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. We're all fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Probably. Getting these lined up. Last time I did all of one side and then the other. I'll probably end up doing the same thing this time as well. Never again, he shouted into the pit. It's true. True. Curse you, Bale. All right, deep foundations. L house. Yep. Okay, so that side's a donezo. Now we do the other side. Buildings, L houses, where you at? Where my L houses at? There they are. There they are. Never again, I scream into the pit of shame and despair. I bring great shame to my family. Thank Raiden for that one. He's the one that came up with the idea. My dude's hyper clever. He taught me something new. Hyper clever. Hyper clever. Really good idea. Really fucking cool idea too. Like it looks really good when you get them laid out. Like it looks really good. So yeah, that's a Raiden original. The pit of lost saves. We've all been there. We've all been to the pit of lost saves. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow. Now that's too far. That's too far. What did my cow ever do to you? What did my cow ever do to you? You forgot to save. Don't bring someone's cow into things. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's dark. That's dark stuff, man. You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Stunning. Okay. Foundations. L House Foundation. Right there, right there, right there. Good. Right. Stunning. Stunning. Good. All right. So now we're back to that. That's there. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna fucking save again. So mad. I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted at my own goof. My own goof. Oh my god, dude! I still haven't even moved these ones. Are these still pushed all the way back? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to like move these all the way out still. Okay. All right, we're there. We're there. We're there. Fine. It happened. It's fine. We're there now. What should hey guys, I got a question for you actually. I got a question for everybody. So, what should this series be called? I got to come up with a catchy name that's going to like really draw in the man. I don't want to just be like, it's death Kenshi death battle. It's not quite there. Just arrived where's the base located. We are currently in Berserker country. We're in Berserker country. Yeah. So what should this series be called? This little series that we're doing here. These pit fights. What should they be called? Kenshi Tycoon. Kenshi Tycoon. No. What should these gladiatorial pit fights be called? I'm trying to figure out what will be a good name for them. Lower the gates. In the left corner, we have Isata, the stone golem. Something extreme. I have heard the kids like extreme thing. I have heard that. Heard that the kids like extreme thing. That is a thing that I've heard. 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 That is a thing that Starving Games. I held a death match in Kenshi. It's a lot of red circles and arrows pointing on the thumbnail. Indeed, you beat me to the typing. Beep's Slaughterhouse. Like Beep Arena Ultimate Death Battle. Indeed, indeed. Berserker's Deep. Kenshi Celebrity Death Match. Be fun. Be fun. It could be fun. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like optic wise, like what would be a good what would be a good title for these? You know, what would draw in a crowd? What would draw in a crowd? Some of these got to get raised up. These are all the same. Yeah, no, they're the same. Hey, they start to get lower, like right around here. It looks interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, the walls start to get lower. Fix some of these walls. The downside is it's hard to fix the walls sometimes when you don't remember where the main wall originally was located at. Maybe a situation where I have to reload. Indeed, save and load. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where I have to save and load, I think. Thunderdome Kenshi Edition. Amputation Zone. That's funny. Sponsored by Heatat. Sponsored by Heatat. That's so funny. I get it. I get the reference. I get it. I was there. I get it. It was good. It was a good one. Ah, God damn it. Yeah, I can't. All right, I'm going to have to save. I'm going to have to save. Okay, save and reload. Save and reload. Game. The walls got slightly tilted, right? And so the foundations were progressively getting like higher and higher. And as a byproduct of that, even though the foundations are actually like stable all the way through, the walls themselves are getting lower and lower. And that not ideal. Not what we're looking for. Not the kind of thing we're looking for. Not the kind of vibe. Really not the vibe. All right, so the beep, I can the Beepus Colosseum, the Beep Legion Ultimate Battles. I don't know. I don't know. Beep Leon, Beep Leon. Oh, this one's tilted pretty hard. That's why. That's part of the reason why. All right, so tilt that up a bit. Then this one can go down, back down a tiny bit. There we go. There she blows. There she goes. One's got a bit of a pitch on that side, so we'll just drop that down a tiny bit. Teensy bit. We're back to the micro movements, guys. Back to the micro movements. Most extreme amputation games. I don't know. It should be like a special Shek holiday where they kill themselves for crawl by fighting. That's so funny. Trials of manhood. The trials of manhood. Trepidation and manhood. Really separates the men from the boys. Okay, so that's taken care of on that end. I don't think that's as much of an issue on these walls. A little bit of an issue towards this end here, but that's an easy fix. Yeah, easy fix on that. Okay. The Kaga, the Kenshi amputation games. Arena. Indeed. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what would be a good like catchy name for it that would like draw some attention, you know? Cuz again, I want to make this to be something that's separated from like the typical kind of like arena, like what if like a Sada versus Tin Fist style videos, because those exist, right? There's a lot of those. Catlon versus Tin Fist, King versus, there's a lot of those. And so obviously like the arena part of the separation is getting the arena set up, having like a proper fully functional arena. The other part is going to be the cinematic aspect of it. I'm going to make it into more like a cinematic event rather than just like watching two characters and Kenshi beat each other up. I'm going to try and add some cinematic flavor to it, make it look a little bit cleaner, a little bit more stylized, that kind of thing. And so that all those things together are good, but I want the name to be something that really like kind of separates it out, really, makes it stand out. It's not just your usual these two characters beat each other up. It's an experience, it's an experience. Should all be wearing hats. It protects the head. Logic is correct. Wear hats. Hats protect the head. He is correct. Wear hats. Hats protect the head. I've heard that somewhere, that hats protect the head. Please steal the Oblivion lines and put them into future videos. Welcome to the arena. So here's the thing. I don't know if they would let me. I would love to do it because I think that'd be fucking hilarious. But I don't know if they would let me. Would I get fucking copywritten for that? Because otherwise, I totally would. I think that'd be hilarious. But I think I would worry about copyrights. Although I guess theoretically I could test it out on the first one. Worst case, the first one, I do the first one and it's copyrighted. It's. I guess theoretically speaking, I could always try it once. Really, there's two foundations here. Good to know. Two foundations there. Not really sure why there's two foundations there, but there are two foundations there. Fair use rights allow you to use it if you use it as a transformative nature. That's funny. That's funny. I could record my own. I guess the only I could record my own and actually add the effects to it. I guess the only concern with recording my own would be any echo or anything like that. But I guess I could probably do it. They would copyright people playing the game as well. That's true. That's true. But copywriting audio specifically audio, I feel like is more common than like copywriting the game. Like I've had audio copyrights on things before or like from audio from other games. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a go. That sounds really funny. That sounds really funny. Welcome to the arena. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. We'll give it a go. That sounds hilarious. I'm all for it. All right, now's the arduous task of doing this. The reason why this is the most frustrating is because we were actually pretty much largely done with the build, right? And now because of this little setback, this little situation that we had, right? This little snafu, I can't move on to the second half of this, which was the modding portion of it. and getting up, getting the starts and all that stuff figured out. Now this stream's going to run probably later than I had originally intended, which isn't the end of the world, but it's like, nah, fuck. Oh no, Hero's going to be streaming later. Oh no. I am most definitely going to have to get up and go. Make sure to put absurd people in the audience when the arena fights start happening. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to put people in the audience. I definitely am gonna have to add like the crowd sounds in post. Is my thought. Adding the crowd sounds and the cheering and stuff in post. But we'll see. I do intend to try and add some people in the audience, but it might be easier said than done. Might be easier said than done. They won't aggro if there's no pathfinding. That's true. The problem is getting them to spawn on the walls in general, right? Because you have to remember every single time I go to do one of these new, like a new, like gladiatorial fight, a new arena battle, it's going to require me to make a custom start and start them, basically have everything spawn right there. So it would depend on where the spawning happens, and typically, if I recall, the spawning happens at the central area where the like the boundary for the town. So there's a lot of things to consider on that. All right, imports. The pontoon bridges should be fine. Imports work perfectly fine for me. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the pontoon bridges. I think they'll be totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. The incident that occurred here earlier today was of my own dodo-ness. I did that. That was me. Save often, everybody. Save often. It was purely on me. Sorry, I had my tantrum. We moved on. We're fixing it. Sometimes you just gotta throw your tantrum and move on. Sometimes you just gotta throw your tantrum and move on. It's fine. No one judges you. If they do, yeah, it is what it is. But sometimes you just gotta throw your temper tantrum and move on. Thankfully, my temper tantrum was clickable. Clippable. So it's gonna haunt me forever. Just the way that the YouTube gods intended it. And Twitch. And the Twitch god. Can't forget about them. Shit lined up. And once this is done, we can save it and go. It is a really good lesson, though. It is. It's a live lesson for all of you on the importance of saving your shit often. Because if you don't, look what happens. Look at what happens. Just returned to the stream. How's it looking? It's looking about as good as it was 40 minutes ago when I finished, and then the game crashed, and I realized I had saved in an hour. So it's coming along. We're almost there. We're almost done again. We're almost done again. We're almost done again. I blame Canada. Listen, that's you. I would expect nothing less from you. I would expect nothing less. I would expect nothing less than a scathing review of Canadian policies and how they did this to me. Oh no. Honestly, the biggest issue with the crashing and the losing stuff, and this is like my honest opinion about the whole thing, aside from like my general frustration, it's not even frustration that I lost progress. Like that's irritating, yeah. It's more or less irritating that like I forced you guys to now sit here and watch me redo it. That's the more bothersome part to me, is that you guys had to sit here and watch me basically redo it. So that's the only thing that actually grinds my gears about it. It's frustrating to lose stuff, but like it's my own fault. I can't actually be mad about it. Like this shit happens. It's my own fault. I should have paid better attention. I just feel bad that you guys had to sit here and watch me redo it. So, you know. More time spent listening to you. Oh no, what shall we do? I know. I know the stream ran late. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Yeah. No, it does. That's truthfully the only thing that actually gets on my nerves about it. I have no genuine like right to be frustrated about it, considering it's my own mistake. It is what it is. It's again just that you guys unfortunately had to just watch me redo everything I've done. So or like that last hour of work. That's the more irritating part to me. But it is what it is, you know. Half the chat is useful, the other half, my demographic, just shit posts, so it's all good. That's totally fair, but the shit posting has its place, right? The shit posting has its place. It keeps everyone on their toes, keeps them on their toes, and it's a nice break from the monotony. You know, sometimes it's lore, sometimes it's shit posting, and a nice healthy balance of the two is always good. Always good. We need the shit posters just as much as we need the questionnaires. Pontoon bridge. We'll get this more. Same with you, actually. For a tiny bit more. Overage actually on that. There we go. There we go. All things are as it should be. Some purple guy. Who's the purple guy? Is it you? You the purple guy? is it? Is it you? Are you the purple man? Is it Prince? Prince the purple man? Pontoon bridge over. Fair enough. Oh yeah, it's that. Nope, Thanos makes far more sense. I'm over here thinking it's Prince or you. Or nope, Thanos makes a hell of a lot more sense. Is it? What am I talking about? What am I even talking about? Save now while you get that segment finished. True. 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 Oh man. All right. I am excited to get these done too. Like getting these done is gonna be really exciting. It's a little bit more creative. Like I try to balance my time between informative content and also diving into some more like creative content where I'm talking like you know, like the cinematic stuff. I've been trying to do more cinematic stuff and like things along those lines in addition to my more informative slash like educational esque content. And I'm really excited about this because this will really hopefully like feed into my creative itch that I have for more like cinematic storytelling esque content. Even though it's not quite storytelling, it's literally just people beating the shit out of each other in an arena. But you know, you can do some like really cool camera work and stuff like that, and it's good for not just like practicing that level of camera work and those that kind of editing effects and all that stuff, but also for the sake of like resume type stuff. Like it gives you the ability to like have a portfolio of the kind of work that you've put together and made and everything. It's cool. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it. And like I said, that other what if scenario should be out hopefully by next week. I've got the script writ. I just have to like do some small editing on the script. But for the most part, it's already written. And it should be out by next week. The what if Catlon invaded or tried to retake his empire. Okay. Logical is truly an inspiration tale of climbing out of the slums. Heroes should make a Kenshi story about it. Indeed, indeed, indeed. But Logic is a lad though. Logic's my boy. Okay, he's my boy. He does insult the Hivers an awful lot, but you know these things happen. These kind souls, welcome these kind souls into the arena. not the one I meant to hit. Grab you. Oh. There we go. Now we scooch you over. We scooch over. And lower you down just a teensy bit. There we go. Actually, to be honest, at that point, I might as well just connect them. At that point, I might as well just connect them, which means I should probably drop some more platforms here and just have this carry straight over. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, we're going to do that. We're not done yet, apparently. L house. Ooh, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. Hold on. Have any other what if ideas? I'm trying to think of some now. I mean, I have a couple that I've thought about here and there. Nothing too crazy. It's usually just like I've heard people have asked me to do a what if scenario on like what if each faction were to win, the way that I did with the Shek. You know, granted that one with the Shek was more me trying to illustrate why the Shek are kind of screwed as a faction regardless of what happens, but people kind of took it and were like, "Hey, you should do a what if scenario on basically like all of it. Like, what if every faction won?" And so like I've thought about potentially doing something like that, but not 100% sold on that yet. I mean, like, not 100% sold on doing it right now. I do think it's a good idea. I just don't know if now's the time. God damn it! I did it again. Fine. Easy fix. This one's an easy fix, so it actually isn't that big. It doesn't actually bother me that much. I get distracted talking and then make whoopsies. How that works. I get distracted. And that's when the whoopsies occur. The oopsie daisies. The my bads. All right. What if the Swampers organized and attacked the other three major factions? Who could they beat? Could they succeed if they won out entirely? What would hashish prices rise or fall? I want to see an analysis of the Holy Nation. Not gonna lie, I feel like they're on the verge of winning a lot if they take out a single one of their fronts out. Yeah. So I want to do the Holy Nation one. And it's funny because if I do it, it's gonna be funny because if I do it, there is a small, and I mean very small subsect of the community, like like 3 or 4 people that are just very, very loud that are going to immediately just fucking rage out because they think that I'm a Holy Nation glazer, which is really funny because they clearly haven't watched any of my content. I'm very critical of the Holy Nation. I'm just fair, in the sense that like they you know, I acknowledge where they're good, where they're bad, but it's funny because like people, there are some people that like accuse me of being like a Holy Nation glazer, and I'm like, guys, I don't think you've watched any of my content, have you? Because I'm actually very critical of the Holy Nation, just like I am the Shek and the United Cities. I'm fair and give them credit where credit is due. You're a Shek glazer, not gonna lie. As the Holy Nation main, you're not one of us. Well, that's my fucking point. Like I love the Shek. But I also acknowledge that they're screwed, right? I made an entire video talking in depth at length with Pato about why they're screwed. Why they're never going to succeed. The Shek Kingdom, anyway, is never going to succeed. And in the same sense, I'm not a huge fan of the Holy Nation, but I also find their lore the most interesting and the most compelling of the major factions, for reasons that I don't think I need to clarify on. They're very interesting. They're very interesting. And people take my interest in their history as me glazing them. And I think that's so fucking funny because, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But it really comes down to a fundamental inability for people to understand that two things can be true at the same time. I can think that something is interesting and also find it reviling. In the same way that like we can acknowledge that two things are true at the same time. You know, the example I use all the time is you know, the Michael Jackson, right? There's like if Michael Jackson did, I'm going to say if because we just don't know, especially with everything going on. We have no idea when anything that happened ever anymore. But if Michael Jackson did it, he's a monster, right? He's an absolute monster, one of the worst deplorable human beings to ever walk the face of the earth. However, right? Because crimes against kids, awful. However, he was also the king of pop. He also revolutionized the music industry. He also did all of those things. He can be an incredibly talented artist who put out phenomenal music and revolutionized the music industry, undisputed king of pop, and also be a piece of human shit. Those two things can exist simultaneously. And saying that he made good music does not take away from the crimes he potentially committed. Two things can exist at the same time. And in the same sense, I can acknowledge that the Sheck are bad, the Sheck are screwed while still liking them, and I can acknowledge that the Holy Nation is incredibly interesting while also still finding them abhorrent in the way that they behave in their belief systems. Two things can be true at the same time. And some people, unfortunately, in the world, lack the clarity and understanding or just the general ability to self-reflect and seem to think that those two things have like your belief. If you compliment something, you must like it, and that's not true. That if you point out that something is good, you must be a fan or you must be in favor of it, and that's simply not true, right? And that's why, like, I think that's an issue that not just permeates like in this particular scenario, but just in general. That's something that I think a lot of people do. They like are like, oh, if it came out tomorrow that like a well-known celebrity had done something bad, or a well-known like someone who was well-known for doing like philanthropy and good stuff, they had done something bad. Yes, they are bad. They did a bad thing. But that doesn't suddenly mean that the good things they did were not inherently good. Like, I think people tend to think and have this idea in their head that people have to be all good or all bad. And they're either constantly deplorable, depraved monsters, or they are constantly like saints. There's no in between. And the reality is that most people operate, in fact, not most people, everyone operates on shades of gray. Some of the worst people that have ever existed have done incredibly charitable things that have benefited many people. And some of the best people in the world have done things that have inadvertently hurt so many other people in the world, right? Like, things happen in shades of gray. Not everyone, even the worst monsters, most deplorable monsters in the world, still woke up and like went and did normal things sometimes, right? Like they went to the store and they thanked their cashier, right? Like serial killers don't like if a serial killer commits horrible crimes against people, they commit absolutely deplorable acts, and then they go to Dollar General and they buy like a fucking, I don't know, they buy something from the Dollar General and they say they'll compliment their cashier and say thank you and have a nice day, right? Like, yes, they're absolute monsters and maniacs, but not every single faceted interaction they've ever had in their entire life was calculatedly evil. People are more complex than that. I think it's disingenuous to boil people down to such concepts of black and white when in reality we're all shades of gray, man. People do good things and bad things. And it's just, I don't know, it's too much. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. And like they should be punished for the bad things they do too, right? Like that's not me like trying to like mince hairs or like try to like mince words or like make light of people's crimes or anything like that. I'm just saying that like it's not as simple as people are good and bad. There are bad people who have done good things. There are good people who have done bad things, and those things can be true at the same time. And I feel like people struggle with that so hard. And the reason I bring all this up is that um, if I make a video about what would happen if the Holy Nation wins, I'm going to get flooded with comments about how I am a glazer of the Holy Nation. What is it? I'm going to get told that I'm like an alt-right fucking racist. It happens every time. I made that video where I talked about what faction currently on Kenshi has the best chance for long-term success. And it's the Holy Nation. Spoilers, it's the Holy Nation. Um But that video killed me because on the same video, I got told that I was an alt-right supremacist. I got told that I was a far left idiot. Um, and I got called a holy nation. Like it's the whole thing. It was so funny because like everyone's just throwing out every insult they can think of, and none of them are sticking. Because like one, I don't give a single shit. I'm not like my whole thing is that I try to be unbiased and subjective as possible. I'm a human being. Sometimes I get things wrong. I try my best not to. I do my best research. I try to get things as right as I can. But I'm one guy in his basement with two kids upstairs that need my attention, and a wife that needs my attention, and a job and dogs that need my attention. And I do this as my hobby. And sometimes I get things wrong, right? I try my best. I do. But I'm one guy, you know? Um, so it's so that makes you something far worse, a centrist. You know what's funny about that logic is I am in fact a centrist. I float in the middle. I don't give a shit about left and right. I don't align with one side. I align with what I think is right. I thought you left your job for YouTube. No, my goal is to leave my job for YouTube. My goal is to one day do YouTube full time, but like I don't make enough to do that. Now I have a family to support, man. I got to be responsible. I don't make enough on YouTube to do that right now. It's getting there, and my hope is that by the end of the year I can, or middle of the year I can. It's getting there, but like right now, no, man, I don't. Um, I yeah, I don't right now, you know? And the goal is that one day I will. The goal is one day I will. I want to leave my job for YouTube. I want to do this full time. I want to work in content creation. I want to work on, within the Kenshi space, all that stuff. But at the current moment, it's not feasible for me, you know? Hopefully soon it will be. Hopefully soon it will be, but kind of depends on how things go. But I got kids and a mortgage and all that stuff. Like I can't take a risk like that without having knowing that I have the means to provide. Irresponsible, you know. I especially wouldn't leave my job for YouTube right now. Maybe soon, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. Hope so. One day. Certainly enjoy this far more than my job. I tell you that much. This is what I want to do. This is the things that I'm passionate about: is making content, being creative, telling stories, and coming up with theories, and the games industry, all that stuff. That's the stuff that I'm passionate about. I don't honestly. My job is like the field of work that I work in. I don't give a shit about it. I'm good at it, which is why I do it. And it's gotten me relatively far in life. But like I don't like this. Again, boring. It's not. It doesn't. And it doesn't. Not only is it boring, it doesn't engage me. Oh, it's not always boring. It's pretty interesting sometimes, but it doesn't engage me. It doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't do any of that shit, man. Okay, I'm gonna try and delete this here swamp dome again, and I'm gonna save it beforehand. So if I crash, and then after this is when we get to do the fun part, which is delete the try to set up the base as the mod. Set up the mod. All right, we're gonna delete the swamp dome, and I think we're good. Yay! Woo. Woo. All right. Build. All right, we are going to we're gonna leave and do a fresh load. Fresh load in. We're gonna exit the game. We're gonna go back in. We're gonna do a fresh load in. And then after we do the fresh load in, we're gonna place down the arena the arena marker to map this place as the arena on the map. And then we're going to go into the FCS, and hopefully all works from there. I also have one more item that I have to add. I was going to add the throne there, but I think it'd be much better if I added a statue of Beep. Beep statue. Try to see the good in that which is evil, and the evil in that which is good. Pledge yourself to neither side, but the balance that exists between the two. Exactly. Exactly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Everything is a lot more complicated than people like it to be. In an ideal world, things would be simple, but It's not. And I think to claim that it is not only disingenuous, but downright superficial and offensive to the complexity of the people in the world. You know, people are complex creatures. I think they should be looked at as. All right, so now they're part of the arena. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go scroll all the way down to the arena mod, right? And I think this is how this works. We're going to save the mod. The following buildings were saved with the player's faction. Iron resource. Okay, that's not helpful in the slightest. That's fine. No, well, these are still. It's fine. It's not a big deal. They're not going to be in the shot really. Oh, those are still there too. Fuck me, man. I'm just not doing a damn thing right, am I? These are still there. These are still there. Just leftover buildings. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. I have to fix it. I have to fix it right now. Dismantle. Dismantle. I didn't expect to see Sekiro and Kenshi. Awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Sekiro is my go-to for building bases. I always put a Sekiro down. Okay. Dismantle. Dismantle. Okay, let's try this again. Your outpost. Yeah, we gotta hold on. Hold on. Gonna try this again. I gotta exit the game and reload one more time. Why is that one still green? What's still green? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Know what you're talking about? Oh, there's one other thing I have to do before I reload. I'm gonna head off for the night. I gotta work tomorrow, but I hope you have a good night. Night, chat. Have a good night. Thank you for popping in. Statue. Do I have him here right now? I've queen. Oh, I might not actually have it right now. Oh no. Let me look at exterior. Exterior. Emperor statue, yep, yep. Holy Beep statue, that's what we wanted. Boom ski, that's the stuff right there. That's that good stuff. That's that good stuff. That's what we needed right there. That's the good stuff. Holy Beep statue. Boom. May he watch over our endeavors. Love it. All right, so now we're going to save. Then we're going to load back in again because I'm an idiot. Big dopus over here. Big dopus. I'm going to save the arena mod again. Oh, here, just in case I'm not here and Pato is sleeping because he is living on the wrong side of the ocean, you should nominate a second mod for the channel. I need to, yeah. Yeah, I need to. I need to add another. Yeah, I need to add another mod to both YouTube and to Twitch because right now I don't have enough. That's for sure. Something I'm working on. Something I'm working on. It is definitely something that I need to do though. You're right. You're totally correct. Totally right. Someone trustworthy. Someone trustworthy. So dragon. All right, hop back in. Try this again. I'm trustworthy. Trust. I trust you. I trust as is you. All right, so now we need to reconfirm placement. Arena, right there. That should reconfirm placement. Everything should now be owned by the Arena faction. Let's just double check on that. Good, good, good. Town arena, right? That's good. We need that. Town arena. So now, all right. I heard someone trustworthy and pop back in. What was it about? Sorry, Dragon, you've been ruled out. That's so funny. Logic was telling me I need to find another mod for the channel. Looked for the chat, and he said someone trustworthy, and I said so. Not Dragon. And mods can cause weird issues. You don't need to do this if you're just editing your saved games. Are you sure you want to save the mod? Yes. Saved mod arena. Absolutely. Okay, so the mod has been saved. Hopefully, this goes the way we need it to. So now that we've done that, we're going to save it again. And now we're going to go into the FCS. And we should be able to make a custom start in the FCS using the mod, the arena mod that I made earlier, right here, as the base. This mod is required for the custom starts to work, and we'll add a custom start in this mod. So now I got to remember where custom starts. The game starts right here. Okay. All right. So we're going to open this up and see what it looks like. Start off Wanderer squad. So I need to make a squad. Leader, one Wanderer. So first things first, we need to make a squad. Where are these squads? I think they're under faction. Squads. Perfect. So we're gonna look for Asada. Asada in her own squad. Just out of curiosity. Troll. No, so I don't think she is. Okay. Let's find a squad that we already can use. Where's the Wanderer squad at? We'll make a copy of it. Nope, that's Wandering squad. We need Wanderer. This Bugmaster. Nope, but a senior mods companion. I've modded mainly video game streamers, but some decent sized ones a while ago. Now I just mod my friend favorite. Yeah, this is me actively learning as I go. I haven't done a lot of modding on Kenshi. I'm just now really learning how to do all this. Start off Wanderer Squad UC. Okay, so we're gonna copy this ID. We're gonna duplicate the item. That's what we're gonna change the name off. Start off arena. And this way, anytime I want to do a start, make a new start for this, all I have to do is add these in. All right, so let me open up one of the other ones to get an idea of how that works. First squad, yep. Rock bottom, nobody's copy. AI packages, nobody for Old Soldier 1 Agnew. And let's start with Agnew. What? Sword for hire 15 hybrid. What is this shit? So confused. Okay, well, that's fine. Squad. We're gonna add to the squad. Let's try Asada, the Stone Golem. Okay. Add her in. Where's this? Value 0 is the minimum number of them. Value 1 is the max number of them. 0 is non-random. Okay, so we're gonna add in Asada, the Stone Golem, and we're gonna add in. We're gonna delete the leader. We don't really care about that. And we're gonna add in. Holy Lord Phoenix. Okay. So we're going to test this out. Standoff arena. Do a Holy Nation Patrol Squad. There you go. I really only ban sex bots and spam bots. I'm generally lenient on banning trolls and other people, but on request I can time out for a few seconds. Yeah, I've only in all of my time streaming so far, I've only ever had to ban and time out one person. It was the same person. And Yeah, it takes a lot. I genuinely try to let things be pretty liberal in the chat. As long as people aren't, throwing out ridiculous nonsense, it's usually fine. As long as you're not doing anything that's gonna like violate TOS, we're fine usually. Yeah, as long as you're not violating TOS, we're good. Okay. Um now we got to figure out where they start and how they start. Spy legitimates. All right, so we have the start off. So the next thing we need to do is game starts. Make a new start. Make a copy of the Wanderer start. Duplicate that item. Same thing. We're gonna do arena, and we're gonna change the squad to um, start off arena squad there, and then the hub. We're gonna change the town we start in to arena, and this should, in theory, make us start right inside the arena mod. So now we're going to see how this goes. So now we should have a game start that is arena. We should be spawning inside there. All right, let's see how this goes. Should work. We're going to test it out and see how it goes. I saved it, and we're going to see if we can start a new game. And if we're trying to test two separate things right now. The first one is that the game start shows up, and that we will spawn inside on a new playthrough where the arena has not technically been built. Should spawn inside the arena, with Asada and Holy Lord Phoenix as playable characters in our squad. That should be the goal here. So let's give it a go. Arena, just listed as arena. RPG difficulty, fantastic. Let's give it a go. We're gonna pop in. Hopefully this was that easy. That was really easy. Again, I'm kind of just learning this as we go. I've never done a game start before. This is my first time doing this. Okay, Asada the Stone Golem. Holy Lord Phoenix, dude, we did it. And wait. And the arena itself is not here yet. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to get the arena itself here. We got everything else figured out. The area is marked as arena. Now we need to figure out how to get the buildings together. How to get the buildings here. So we're almost there. We're almost there. The only thing we need to figure out now is how to get the buildings on board. So we're going to pop back over to here. We know that this area is counted as arena by the game files. Because obviously we spawned in the water here, right? So now we got to figure out how to get these buildings to spawn, like to follow into the next playthrough. And that's the thing that I'm going to struggle with naturally. Nothing that maybe I did do save mod. So it said save mod arena. The following buildings were saved with players faction. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. So that's that. And now if I hit new game and I go over to arena, it should theoretically do it again. We'll try it again. We've got them spawning in the same spot, in the right spot. We're just trying to get the buildings to spawn too. And the building has not spawned it. Okay. So we just have one last thing we got to figure out, and then we're good to go. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what this guy's going to do. He's going to pull up the old Google machine there. Okay, and he's going to look up it on there. To add custom outpost to a Kenshi. See what good old Google said. See what good old Google said. Okay. Editor, place down buildings, define town zones, set the faction. Key steps to include creating a new town entry, designing the layout with buildings, walls, saving it to your active mod file. I did that. Position the outpost, open the game, load your mod, travel to the desired location, shift to 12, open the editor, place down everything, use town placement to place tools to place buildings. You can use the existing models or pre-existing templates, yada yada. Right, assign ownership. Set the buildings to be owned by a specific faction, your own faction or a custom one, so that they function as an outpost. So that's where we're missing. That's the thing that we're missing is a faction. So we need to assign a faction to the arena mod. See, we're learning things, guys. We're learning. We're learning together. So we're going to assign a faction to the arena mod. And I'm just going to copy some random faction that doesn't matter too much. And I'm just going to name it the arena. I feel like Tech Hunters will probably be the easiest, actually, now that I think about it. What do they have on here? Yeah. Yeah. Hero, check your keyboard for maple syrup residue. Listen to those moose screeching. Check on your desk for beaver droppings. Yeah, let's just make a new faction then. All right, new faction. Name is Arena Faction. All right, and then nothing else should really even need to be edited. We should be fine on that. It should be good. They don't need relations, any of that stuff. Everything should be fine on that. Let me just make sure. Biomes, bar squads, legal zones, personalities. Yeah, everything else should be good on that. So now we have an arena faction. Towns. Go to the town. Go to arena. Faction. Add arena faction. This town is now should be owned by the arena faction. Correct. Find ownership in the shift set the building menu faction, e.g. your own faction or custom one. Save your mod in the drop down with the editor. Click save to change your layout. Import/new game to ensure the outpost spawns correctly, particularly if you're adding NPCs to make changes. Okay, well, let's see how this goes then. We've done that. We're going to save the mod, and it should be fine now. Should be fine now. Learn with Hero, guys. Learn with Hero. And then I can start making fancy content. I can start making even more content, guys. You guys think my content pool is large now? Just I pump out content now. Just you wait. Granted, my long form videos take time to make, but I put up 5 shorts a week and I stream 4 to 5 days a week. So you guys, just you fucking wait. All right. We're gonna try first to just load straight in, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to load into the build save itself and go from there. The content ocean is coming. It's happening. It's happening. All right, side of the stone golem. They spawn in. So not currently. No currently building. No buildings current. Okay. Load in here. I'm gonna have to redrop and save then. Redrop and save. No big deal. Town placement. Arena. There it is. Arena faction. So now these should be owned by the town with the owned by the town and the arena faction. There's no faction. We need it to have a faction. Pretty sure we need it to have a faction. Saved mod arena. Yeah, it's still listed as not having a faction. We're gonna stop being irresponsible and go to sleep. Best of luck with the modding. Hope you find a good name for it. Me too. Me too. Me too. Yeah, so it still says that it's owned by no faction. It's not owned by the arena faction, which is something that I think we're going to have to... No mods, pants off. Here's how it happens. All right. Load up a new game. See how that happens. Arena. See if it works this time. If not, we'll have to go back out and verify the faction. Still nothing. Still nothing. Okay. That's true. That is also true. Kenshi. All right, let's pop this bad boy back open and see what else we've got going on. The arena is owned by the arena faction. Maybe I should instead. Maybe hold on. I'm gonna copy another faction. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because originally we made a faction, but I think if maybe I'll open two and see what happens. Hold on. Hey now, oh no. We'll do Krell's Chosen because they are relatively. I'm gonna just compare what they're for. Biomes. This is where they spawn. Race is the shack. Broken Emperor statue. Swamps, no bones. Put this here. You got to ban me. Put this old horse down. Just look into my eyes and lie to me. Tell me it'll be all right tomorrow. It's all right. It's my dog. I'll do it. Funny. Fundamental type is civilian, bandit. Yeah. So they're not. It's not showing up as being owned by this faction, which I find interesting. I need to figure out why that is. Figure out why. I guess the alternative is that I could set it to be owned by like the tech hunter, and then just have it do that. Let's try that. Let's see what happens if we have it owned by the tech hunters. Towns, arena. Look at some of the other towns too. Actually, I want to see what's up with that. Faction, Shet Kingdom, overrided by that stuff. Residents, HQ, Thieves Guild. Okay, but I don't want residents. But it's good to know that they're there. So, town, outpost, resident override, unexplored name, population, fun stuff. Okay, yeah, let's try making arena owned by a different faction and see if that helps. So rather than owned by the arena faction, let's have it be owned by the tech hunters. See how that goes. All right, so now the arena town should be owned by the tech hunter. We're gonna save this, and we're gonna attempt to start up again. I'm gonna try and import too, and see what that does. Arena's open, got it. So we're gonna try and import and see what that does. Also, I figured out how to share my progress with my mod if you really want to see what is up with it. Yeah, I do, absolutely. I absolutely want to see. Okay, so we're going to start with an import and see what that does. If that doesn't work, we'll do a normal load, and we'll go from there. We've got the build done. The base is the arena is built. We've got the custom starts working. That's easy enough, and I can edit that custom start as much as we need to. When we import, the building disappears entirely. Good to know. So, let's update the mod. It's owned by no faction currently. Now, we're going to try this again. Arena. Place it here. All right. Now this stuff should be, it's still owned by no faction. Why is it owned by no faction? Interesting. Which I'm just having a hard time getting the buildings to be owned by a faction. That seems to be the issue that I'm having right now. And I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. What can I do? Can I just do? Can I do a fucking way station? How big's the way? Wow, the way station's way too small. Yeah, if we can get this thing owned by the faction, it will have no issue at all. But this is the area that I'm struggling with currently, getting it owned by a faction. Right now, whenever I click on anything, you can see right here it's owned by no faction. And that is obviously not fucking ideal. It's owned by the town of Arena, but the town of Arena is not connected to a faction, which is the problem. Even though I set it to be owned by a faction, which is the saved. So when we save it, it's not coming up. Let's see what else we can find out. Let's see what else we can find out. Creating new town. Hold on, hold on, hold on. File. Care about any of the advertisements. Hopping on the wiki right now, trying to figure this out. All right, modifying the newly created file. Oh my god, I don't care. Goddamn advertisements. But game crash, so fun, indeed. Indeed. Edit the town value, the name you want of the town. After you click the drop down box in the top right window, you'll see various options. Main ones of note are the factions and the residents. After you've edited this to your data, make sure making the town will in game. Already did that. I already did all of that. Interiors, exteriors, don't care about that. Population, I don't really. Set the town faction. I've already set the faction to the drop down list button. The faction contains a list of residents, squads. The game will assign the buildings in your town. You can add. The towns determines your residents squad interior match. Oh my god, all this is great. This is top quality content, guys. Watching me try to figure this out. Town does not have a corresponding squad. Residents. Yeah, no, nothing's happening here. I don't care about the residents. All I'm finding is like tutorials on how to like add residents to things, and that's fucking great. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Um, Lines on lights. Yeah, I don't care. Buildings can be adjusted. You can select an adjustability. Press the save button in the editor panels to save your mod. Make sure that your mod is first selected on the drop down list and then save button. I already did all that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so according to this, it should be super fucking easy. It's just not. I'm doing everything right, but it's not showing up. So I'm wondering if I've got to maybe apply some like residence to this. Let's give that a go. Let's try attributing some residents to the town. Even though it's going to be an empty town with like no residents, right? That's not the point. Let's try attributing residents to the town. So I'm wondering if maybe that's part of it. This is what Kenshi's all about. That's what I'm saying. Did you create a new entry for Town Arena? You can try duplicating the existing town, rename it to Arena 2, and try using that map mark. Mayhaps, because I have the Arena town. I also have the faction, the Arena faction here. And this Arena faction is supposed to be connected to the Arena town, although I made it to the Tech Hunters when that didn't work. So let's try connecting it to the Arena faction again. And let's pop open a random town and see what's there. So faction, check, residents, all that stuff. Okay. Let's look at residents. Add residents. What do we have for the residents? Rural resident. Start off arena. Okay. This residents of this town. Value is 0 if number is set to 0. But if the town is set to 0, but if it is set to 0, that one is default residents. If no residents are listed, then it will use the residents listed in the faction as default. Value 1 is priority. Okay. Okay. Might be dumb, but yeah, I feel like everything here should work, and yet try type town. Try to make it a town type. Ag maglet. Town? Town. Let's make this a town. At no point do I think that there is station for. I don't think I have to put the residences. I really don't think I have to put the residences. Because that would be stupid. That would be really stupid. Save with no faction, exit, create faction, place it, save mod, exit, start new game. But I did it with so I did save it with no faction. I've created the faction now, or I've added a new faction. Maybe I'll just copy the faction over and try that. But on one. Let me check one more thing here. Does it also have to belong to a region or a biome or something that it loads in? Maybe. I don't think so though, because what is it? AdMag does, and AdMag belongs to the Shet Kingdom. The Shet Kingdom is comprised of all this stuff here. Comparatively to the arena faction, obviously it's quite small. It's quite small, but that's it. And I don't think it has any of the other stuff. And I'm pretty sure the biomes thing is just where residents in this faction can spawn. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue. So the faction shouldn't be a problem. You did it before you create your faction, so it might be bugged down. Maybe. All right, here's what I'll do then. Maybe. Okay. Shit. I don't know how to get rid of the faction then, because it's kind of saved on there as part of it. Maybe I just set it to town. Does it change anything? I don't think so. Put it to a town. We gave it the arena faction. Squad formation, trustworthy, yada. Offer bounties, civilian. Fundamental type is civilian. Basic classification is civilian. All right. Well, we're gonna save that, and we're gonna give it another go. And then worst case, we'll pop out and we'll delete the faction, delete the arena faction, and then give it a go from there. Happens, and then we'll save it again, and then go back in and remake. Okay. Okie dokie. Game. Build. See if we can get to be owned by the arena faction. Then we'll load in with the. All right. So, owned by arena. Set down. Okay. Owned by no faction. Annoying. But it's not the end of the world as long as the buildings pop in. But I don't think they're going to, which is kind of the issue. All right. New game. Over arena. Mind if I post a link to the beta 0.1 Skulldog mod so that you can see the current progress on it, or mods? I would love to allow you to. The problem is that YouTube's not going to let you post a link unless you're a mod. Motherfucker. We're so close. It's literally just this last little bit, right? Like we're so close. We're so close. Will it? Hold on. Give it a go. Give it a go, my friend. Give it a go. Well, while we're here, might as well just watch these two duke it out for a minute. Kick his ass. Yeah. Good. Now, see, imagine this with like some cinematic camera motion, right? Some cinematography, a little bit of bending, fucking dramatic stuff, you know, a little bit of camera shake, a little motion blur. I'm running at it, right? Okay, hold on, it'll be good. Be good. Be a good time. It's looking pretty neck and neck right now. If Asada takes too much damage, her strength rating goes even further down, and then she's fucked. Speed this up, see how this goes before I hop back into it. They're giving it their best go. But I think Asada's going to win this one. Yeah, I think Asada's going to win this one. Nice. Nice, nice. Nope, Phoenix won. Big fucking shock, man. Oof. I'm genuinely surprised. I mean, he was battered, man. He was battered. I'm genuinely shocked. That's funny. Okay, well, back to back to it. Back to things. All right, let's figure this shit out. Probably. Okay, we got to figure this out. Got the town placement. That's in there. Lowest averages will prevail. Pretty much. My plan is that what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these dramatic fights happen, these cinematic fights happen, and then I'm actually going to run these fights in the background like 10 times, and I'll put like at the end the number of times like each NPC won. So like if it's like Tin Fist versus, you know, like Asada, I'll put like Tin Fist 7, Asada 3. You know, at the end, just to be like, I'll show the cinematic footage of whoever won the most, and have them be the victor, obviously. But then at the end, I'll be like, you know, I ran this 10 times for the sake of like numbers. So, okay, back to it. Yeah, okay. Can you make the Bugmaster versus 100 beeps? Theoretically, yes, I can. Theoretically, yes, I can. So cool to see. I'm excited about it. I am excited about it. Yeah, we just got to figure out how to get this fucking thing running, man. Because this arena is really cool. And I spent so much time building it. I'd like to actually use it, please. I would love to actually fucking use it, please. Continue looking around, seeing what I can find on this. Modify the newly created file. Once you've created the new, once you have the new, click the towns on the left, right hand side. Okay, open the towns. The item editor. Click new item name, base in the section. It will be town. Edit the town value to. I already did that. Not to leave the old residents. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll do that. Hold on. Let's exit out of here. Open up the Forgotten Constructions. Having every unique recruit battle it out to the last man in arena. That would be cool. That would require a little bit more legwork on my end, which I'm happy to do. But I would basically need to make each one of them their own independent faction and have them battle it out that way in a multi-form battle with all enemies against each other. That would require a bit of work, but I would do it. I would do it. All right, let's try an alternative here. Let's take a random way station or like somewhere where there's not much in the way of people. What's a town or a location there's not many people? Check ruins. Anybody there? Check kingdom military. Rot, river nest. Actions wildlife. Police barracks, old village, old village. We just need to delete the residents, I think. I think this might help. We'll copy one instead of making a brand new one, and we'll just give that a go. Abandoned town, ruins, United Cities. All right, we'll copy the abandoned town. Duplicate item. There we go. Default residence, ruined buildings, ruined empty buildings. Killer, what is this? AI package? Yeah. Faction, United Cities. Yeah, we're gonna change the faction to faction. See how that works. Actually, we'll keep it as United Cities. I really don't think it fucking matters. I really don't think it fucking matters. So, arena 2. We're gonna try that. We'll try setting down arena 2 and see if that snags. Here. Oh man, dude, modding is creating mods is cumbersome. It's cumbersome. Takes time. It'll be worth it in the end, though. We'll have a nice, great, big old arena that we could for all this good stuff. All right, so now we're gonna drop the arena 2 town down. The arena 2 town down. It has all that stuff in there. It's just a copy of an existing one. It should theoretically cover it. I am concerned a bit about the size. Actually, it might not be big enough. I may have to go back in and edit the size of it. On residence, arena 2. Yeah, it's not big enough. I have to make that bigger. But let's see if I place down arena 2, is it going to capture some of the buildings properly? Owned by the United Cities. Okay, so we need to make that arena 2 bigger. Then we load back in. And it'll be owned by the United Cities. Is it ideal? No. But like, it doesn't really matter. Not in the grand scheme of things. So we're going to set that to 2. And that should make it big. That should make it big enough. Yeah. That should make it big enough. Give it a go. Because now it's being owned by the United States. And again, it doesn't really matter because it's mostly cinematic. And they're spawning inside the arena anyway. So it doesn't really matter. As long as the building spawns properly, the ownership is fucking irrelevant. As long as the buildings spawn, the ownership is completely irrelevant. Da, 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 da. Okay, try this one again. Hopefully that was big enough. Time 1 a.m. Not terrible. Give this a go. Arena 2. Drop you down. Doctor, I don't think it's big enough. We got to make it bigger. That's so dumb. Oh my god. You guys getting sick of the reloading yet? I certainly am. We're going to set it to 3.5 just to be safe. 34.5. That'd be too fucking big. 3.5 just to be safe. Save, exit. Thankfully, my Kenshi loads relatively quick. I'm at least thankful for that aspect of it. So the problem was that you placed the town before creating a faction without exiting to reset Kenshi. Interesting, interesting. Well, hopefully now, hopefully things will fix itself. Now that we've just copied over an existing town with all that stuff, hopefully things will level out. Because again, as long as it spawns, I don't actually care who owns the buildings. It's irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that the buildings spawn. All right. There we go. Fully covered. We got it all. All your base are belong to us. Verify. No faction. What the actual fuck, man? So some of these are owned by the United States. And some of them aren't. Interesting. Why is this? I may need to delete the arena faction. Yeah, I may need to delete the arena faction. Two. You're right there. Here, actually, we'll put you way out there where you can't hurt anybody. And then we'll put Arena 2 right here. Placement. Now everything is owned by the United. Perfect. Save mod. And now let's go new game. Arena. And see what happens. If not, I'll exit and reload footage. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. It's owned by the United Cities. So we've gotten it figured out in that regard. Yeah, so we've gotten it figured out in terms of getting it owned by another faction, but we can't get the buildings to persist on a new save. That's the problem that we're having. Load up a new save, they're not showing up. See what else we can find. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where we're going wrong here, because this is the last step. If we can get this done, we're good to go. Everything else is done. Everything else is done. This is the last step, is getting it to appear, like not showing up on it. This is assigned to a faction. It's not the player faction. There's no special characters like hyphens or anything like that. Which can break loading. Import the game. Import if you start a new game and the mod still isn't showing. Try using import option on the main menu. Force the game to recognize new town additions. Sure, the top 4 base days are. Okay, so I guess the other thing that it's telling me, start a new save should work now because you exited it, or I'm just dumb. Okay, so we'll start a new save. It also said that if it doesn't work after that, what I should do is I should start a new save the game, and then import that game. So give it a go. Because literally, if we can get the town to show up, if we can get the arena to show up, we're done. Like, that's it. It's game. It's game. It's game. What a pain. What a pain. What a pain. All right, new game. Arena. Let us see what happens. Oh, right. They spawned way out here because they're set to start on the wrong faction. But it doesn't matter either way because the base isn't there. But yeah, they spawned way out here because I forgot to fix their start. I have to fix that. But it doesn't matter because the base isn't here. Arena faction. Interesting. So it's there. The building's just not. Is annoying. Discovered ruin. Yeah. That... All right. Let's come in here, save, and then import and see if that fixes it. Sada's being slow as shit. Save his game. Arena test save. Exit. While I'm at it, I'm gonna fix that custom start. Arena. Arena 2. Okay. Now that's fixed. Hop back in. We'll do an import and see if that caused it. If not, this may be something I have to mess with. Fucking one. I'm pubed, but we're gonna see if importing fixes it. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does, and I'm just being a dumbass, but we'll find out. Import arena test save. Come on, 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 come on. Nothing. Very confused. Yeah, this is gonna have to be something I think I work on tomorrow because my brain's fried right now and it's clearly not working. Clearly not working right now. Annoying. Well, it is what it is. We're almost there, guys. The build was still good. The build was still good, and we finished it up. And yeah, we'll get it working, and then once it's working, we'll get started on those arena videos. It'll be a good time. Be a good time. But that's all the time I have, guys, because it's watch it work perfectly tomorrow morning. Literally, I'm gonna load it and it's just there. That's all the time I have, guys. It is currently 1 a.m. here, so yeah, tomorrow is Elden Ring with Muffin. I'll be streaming Elden Ring. It'll be a half stream tomorrow. I've been doing half streams on Thursdays so I can get some sleep. But yeah, we'll be doing a half stream with Muffin tomorrow for Elden Ring. And yeah, as always, guys, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And yeah, see you tomorrow for Elden Ring. Have a good night, everybody.